dose of dragon feather. Woo! I'm so excited because today we are back for the book, the scary book, brother, sister. Are you guys ready to continue our read of The First Sex by Elizabeth Gould Davis today? I'm so excited. We're gonna read at least 3 chapters today. I will say the book is very spicy, so I feel the need to give you a little bit of a disclaimer here. We will be talking about very triggering topics, okay? So viewer discretion is advised. Yeah, this book is very spicy in the sense of offensive, okay? It's prepared to be offended. So that's why I have the horns on today, because we're going to be talking about, you guessed it, Tiamat, our dragon goddess queen, okay? The creatrix of the human beings of the world, according to The First Sex by Emily Gould Davis. See, I am quite surprised by the fact that Tiamat is relentlessly mentioned in this book. Isn't it? Hey! Welcome back to your daily dose of dragon feather. We're continuing the book, bestie. The book. Alien Noodle, hi! Welcome back to your daily dose of dragon feather. We're here for the book, the offensive book, okay? So leave a like if you're excited, okay? Because this book is, it's been causing a lot of drama in my life. So I've been told not to read it, so I'm gonna keep reading it. As we do. We also have the horns today. It's been a minute, I know. It's been so long since I've worn the horns on this channel. We are, see, it has like this one, right, okay? We are missing one on this end. I have it, okay? I have the string with the little fuzzy thing attached to it. It's just, she needs some surgery. There's lots of lore with this hat. This hat has been through a lot since the last time you've seen it, so yes, please know. I'm so happy to see that we're continuing the book. Yes, I know, I'm so excited. Oh, Hemlish, welcome back to your daily dose of dragon feather. Okay, so grab your snack, grab your drink. Today is a very spicy read, okay? Lands of Dance, yo, Lands of Dance. Welcome to your daily dose of dragon feather. Lands of Dance. I hope you are in for some spiciness. Okay, cheers. All right, I just think we need to just take a minute to have a, like I said, have a little bit of a disclaimer. This one, okay, this book is gonna offend the hell out of you, so please be weary. All right, be ready. I need you to be aware, okay? The book is called The First Sex by Elizabeth Gould Davis, and it's a feminist literature by a white supremacist woman from 1971. So there's a lot of offensive things about Native people, about Muslim people, about Jewish people, about, they're just very offensive things, okay? Paper Fox and hello, welcome back to your daily dose of dragon feather, okay? So this book is very controversial. So please know that we're just reading a book and we're kind of studying it, all right? Pickle Chips wants me to read this book along with you guys live because it kind of shows you guys how, you know, it might cover some things that might make you squeamish, okay? So this is not a fun read, if I may say. Did ever finish the Quran on Life? No, but we're continuing to read that one. I've actually gotten the recommendation to change the Quran that I was reading, so I have a different Quran that we're gonna be continuing that. Love the horns, thank you. I'm so happy that they're back. They're so awesome. All right, so I guess with that being said, my friends, cheers to this book. All right, there's gonna be some really I might have to like omit some things, okay? So bear with me here. I will try to keep as much of it in as I can, but ready? Because it's pretty bad, okay? All right, chapter 6, all right? It is called Fetishes and Their Origins. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Love you, Little Rainbow. Welcome back to your daily dose of dragon feather. Horned one, welcome back to the daily dose of dragon feather with the horns, okay? For you, horned one. All for you. Okay, ready? It says, nothing pleasant or unpleasant exists by nature, but all things become so by habit. Epigetus. or Epigetus, I'm not sure how to say his name, but it says phallus worship. Ooh, we're already starting off strong, my friends. It says the original worshippers of the phallus were women. As archaeology in recent years has shown, the early peoples in what we have been heretofore called prehistoric times considered the male to have been ancillary to the female, sexually as well as in all other respects, meaning better than or superior to. It says there is even evidence that it was women's sexual preference that determined the ultimate size of the male phallus. Spicy. We're already getting into spiciness, okay? Spiciness. It says the recently excavated goddess shrines in the Near East reveal phalluses of all shapes and sizes. The fact that these and such phallic symbols as the bull horns are the only masculine touch found in the ancient shrines indicates that the original worshippers of the phallus were the women themselves. Ooh, women love their fun things. Okay, anyway, this video might get me banned from YouTube. Phalluses abound. Phallus is abound. That is written in this book. It says phalluses abound. Okay. Someone fucking put that on a sticker. If I put phalluses abound on a sticker, would you buy it? Please let me know in the comments. Okay, but no other male element is so much as suggested among the myriads of representations of women uncovered by archaeology, as though to the women who were all that counted. The only thing about the man that was to be valued was his sex organ, made for her pleasure and fulfillment. Quote, these masculine symbols were seen in relation to the goddess, and it was to please her that they abound her shrines, unquote. I'm sorry. That's a little objectifying of the man, isn't it? Ooh, I wonder how that feels. I wonder if he was asking for it. I think he was asking for it. Okay. It says significantly in Egyptian mythology, it was Isis herself, the primary deity, who established phallus worship. When Typhon murdered her consort Osiris and cut him up into little bits, Isis went about gathering up the pieces, but nowhere could she find the missing phallus. She therefore ordered a wooden lingam to be made, and this she set up in her chief temple at Thebes. It was for this reason that all the goddess temples in Upper and Lower Egypt were adorned with wooden or stone phalluses. The myth memorializes the fact that phallus worship was decreed by women as part of the goddess cult throughout the world. Phalluses abound, brother. Phalluses abound, my brother, sister. We got phalluses abound, my brother, sister, in wood and stone fucking pillars. Yeah, phalluses abound, my brother, sister. We got phalluses abound, my brother, sister. What is this fucking book? Okay. Dude, we're starting off hard and strong. These are like, what, fucking 3 paragraphs. We're 3 paragraphs in. Holy crap. Okay. It says, it was not until the Patriarchal Revolution that the phallus worship became the purely masculine preoccupation that it remains to this day. I want the full stock. Yeah, honestly, Lands of Dance. I love that phalluses abound. I'm gonna cry, okay? I can't cry because my makeup looks good, so like, I can't cry. Phalluses, okay? When men appropriated phallus worship to themselves, they went overboard and carried it to the ridiculous extremes men usually resort to when they take over feminine occupations and institutions. Oh brother, what a burn. Can I read that again? That was so fucking savage of a sentence. Do you see this? It says, when men appropriated phallus worship to themselves, they went overboard and carried it to the ridiculous extremes men usually resort to when they take over feminine occupations and institutions. Bitch, Elizabeth. Those are some bars, Elizabeth. She's so spicy in her words. She's like so crazy. Dude, it says the ancient Jewish people swore oaths not on their own Bible as the Christians do, but on their genitals. Okay, we're about to get into some very anti-Semitic text here, so please know, I'm letting everybody know in the audience who's watching and who's watching back on the playback, this is very derogatory towards the Jewish people, and I in no way am like condoning this talk about them, but please know that we are breaking this book down brick by spicy brick, because it's about to get really really bad. Riotous Fervor. We're reading The First Sex by Elizabeth Gold Davis, and it is a spicy revolution, so please buckle up, because you are not prepared, my friend. You're just not prepared. Let's see, ready? It says, this might ruin your day, guys, okay? It says, the ancient Jewish people swore oaths, not on their own Bible, as the Christians do, but on their genitals. The word thigh, as in place thy hand upon or beneath my thigh and swear, unquote, being but a euphemism for the phallus and or the testicles. Among the Jewish people also, for a woman to touch her hand, the sacred genitals of her husband, was a crime, calling for severe punishment, the amputation of the offending hand no less. I have no idea the validity of that statement, but that is a huge bite to fucking chew and swallow. In India, after the patriarchal revolution there, phallus worship by men went beyond reason. Okay, are you ready? It's about to get really intense. Okay, it says, at a certain time each day the priest won't go about the streets naked, ringing a little bell. The bell was to summon all pious women to the duty of kissing and embracing the exposed genitals of the priest. It was in India to that triumphant male phallicism reached its very height. In the story of, quote, the biggest lingam in the world, unquote, this allegory was no doubt a form of propaganda designed to win women back to custom of which they had grown tired, perhaps from overexposure to it. At any rate, the story is that when the god Shiva, or Siva, who in earlier myth had been a goddess, by some mischance lost his phallus, it was found sticking in the ground. It soon penetrated the lower worlds, and its length increased until its top towered above the heavens. What am I reading? It says this strange sight attracted the attention of Vishnu and Brahma, and these two gods decided to investigate the situation. Spicy. Okay. It says, Brahma ascended to the heaven to ascertain the upper limits of the lingam, and Vishnu betook himself to the nether regions to discover its depth. Both returned with the news that the lingam was infinite, so they both fell down and they worshipped it, and bade all men and women to do likewise. And thus mankind was taught that the lingam was infinite in its influence, and that all women as well as men must worship it. Excuse me. Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. It says, phallus worship did not completely die out among women, as witness the historical fact of the conquest of the town of Embrun in France of 1585. When the Reformation Protestants took the town, they found that the sacred statue of Saint Futin had been embellished with a magnificent stone phallus, which had been dyed red by the libations of wine poured upon it by the local ladies. Bob Smith has a lot to say about Jesus, but all of it is not accurate. Thank you. Okay, it says Saint Futin was worshipped throughout the south of France. His name is said to have been a corruption of Photinus, the first bishop of Lyons, quote, to whom the people had transferred the distinguished feature of Priapus, unquote. His image, always adorned with the priapic magnificence, was displayed in provincial churches as late as the 17th century. Bishop Photinus must have been quite a man, for even a colossal nature rock formation in Avangardny was nicknamed Saint Foutin because its resemblance in shape to a phallus. The saint's phallus was most often made of wood, which the women scraped, boiling the sawdust scrapings in water and drinking the resultant brew as an aid to fertility. Whoa, what a book this is. In most churches, the saintly phallus became so worn down as to need periodic replacing until some unknown priest thought up an inexhaustible phallus that was restored by a miracle. Quote, this miracle, however, was a very clumsy one, for the phallus consisted of a long staff of wood passed through a hole in the image of the saint, and as the phallic end in front became shortened, a blow of a mallet from behind thrust it forward so that it was restored to its original length, unquote. Thank you, Tragic Nostalgic. I really appreciate it. And please no spamming the chats, guys. This is literally story time. Chill. Okay. It says, it is possible that the saint's phallus, whether made of wood or stone, was put to a more intimate use by his devotees. Please don't tell me that. Please don't tell me that. There's evidence that in the Catholic churches, as late as the 17th century, women were occasionally practicing the old pagan Roman customs of actual intercourse with the saint, as Roman matrons often did when they sat upon the erect phallus of Priapus in order to become fruitful. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking pass away. Vexed Hyper Tragic Nostalgic, welcome back to your daily dose of dragon feather. Megan Kerman, welcome back to your daily dose of dragon feather. Woo! Okay. Okay. I might have to censor some of this next one because it is pretty intense. And let me just tell you why, okay? Because the name of this little segment is called Castration in the Priesthood. We're really getting into it. This is starting to get into some very spicy, triggering territory, so you have been warned, my friends, my brothers, sisters, okay? All right. Feminine phallus worship led in archaic times to phallus sacrifice, castration of the male as a religious rite. In the matriarchal ages, after men were finally admitted to the priestly class, it was evidently these castri who were chosen to share the custodianship of the temples with the long-robed priestesses of the goddess. Lands of Dragons don't break the immersion, it's getting spicier. Bruh. You don't even know, I literally don't even know how much of this I can fucking read. I'm so serious. It says, as late as 1902, the anthropologist Crawley wrote, referring to his own times, quote, one of the most complex problems is that of the adoption of feminine dress by priests, shaman, and medicine men, unquote. For it is strange phenomenon that even long after the demise of the goddess and her priestesses, the priests of her successor, the god, continued to be effeminate. Graves points out that even in historical times, the male priests of Zeus, Apollo, and other of the new male pantheon were required to wear false breasts, long hair, clean-shaven faces, and flowing robes. These two later requirements were carried over into the Christian church, and the clean-shaven face and flowing robes distinguish the monks and priests of certain Christian sects to this day, survivals of the time when only women were deemed worthy to tend the great goddess. Am I claiming this is reality? No, I'm reading a spicy book. It's a book. Very spicy book, okay. And we continue. It says, but the Christian priestly robe is not the only such survival in the modern world. The Bardashes, the medicine men priests of the, okay, we're gonna get into some more racist stuff, ready? Of the indigenous North American tribes are so called because of their feminine accomplishments. Okay, telling you, really racist, okay? The word is French for hermaphrodite or homosexual, okay? Really racist, okay? The shamans of Siberia, actually transphobic too, okay? The shamans of Siberia in the Arctic, as well as the medicine men of the American natives, the American native tribes, such as the Crow, the Sioux, or Sioux, the Iroquois, and the Chukchi, the Chukchi, habitually wear women's clothes and live as women. Very derogatory, very racist, very white supremacist. Okay, glad we had the talk. Glad we had the talk. Oh yes, very transphobic. Glad we had the talk. Okay, in Boreno, the highest grade of shaman among the Dayaks is the one who has changed his sex, assumed feminine dress, and occupies himself with feminine pursuits, unquote. I believe Elizabeth is attempting to talk about two-spirit people with an absolute lack of knowledge on the topic. She tried, she's too racist, she failed, just so you know. Okay, it says, in India, priests of the goddess Huligama wear female dress, as do the priestly sect of Vallabhachars. It's spelled Vallabhachars, who attend the shrines of Krishna, the god. In Bengal, the custom is repeated, as also in the Congo, where the Nagna, or the Nga, the medicine man of Bangla dress as women, which, again, racist, free the Congo. Free Congo? Thank you. Free Congo. Even in far-off Tahiti, the sect of male priests called Arioi were required to dress and live as women. Wow, she has a lot to say, okay? She's very much like female supremacy, can you tell? She's like very much like, I am a female supremacist and I will rule the world. It's very scary, okay. She's like overcorrecting, right, for the male supremacy, right? That's fair though, because 1971 was very spicy time to write a book like this. So I continue. It says, like Herodotus, who reported in the 5th century BC that the priests of the northern barbarian tribes had, quote, the feminine sickness, unquote, modern observers have ascribed this universal effeminacy of holy men to sexual abnormality. Crowley attributes it to, quote, a congenital tendency towards inversion, unquote. And Lowy writes, quote, in some primitive communities, what we should regard as pathological phenomena in the sexual sphere are intimately related with religious activity, unquote. Edward Westermark says, quote, there is no doubt that these phenomena are cases of sexual inversion, congenital or acquired. The significant fact is that throughout history, authors italics, the priesthood has had a tendency towards effemination, unquote. That was a lot. I was here for 5 seconds and it's already a busy night in this chat. Yeah, I can't. I've like literally, Nightmare Fuel Studios, by the way, welcome back to your daily dose of dragon feather. Look, we have the horns again, okay? But guess what, okay? So I've been kind of like trying to like low-key avoid reading this book a little bit because of how much drama it's just brought into my life. It's just kind of like chaos, right? Especially with today's topic being about how like Tiamat being a dragon and stuff like that. Oh my gosh. God being like Tiamat. Pickle Chips, for those of you guys who don't know, was one of my dragon guardians, nicknamed Pickle Chips on the channel. Literally told me I have no choice but to read the book tonight. So here we are. We're not even 2 pages in Nightmare and it's already been a literal nightmare. So welcome. I could not do this without you. Cheers. Cheers, my friend. I might need another drink because it's literally that much. It's literally that intense tonight, okay? All right, where did we leave off here? It says, this is indeed the significant fact, but its significance lies not in the presumed effeminacy of holy men, but in the fact of the original femininity of the religious idea. The custom of female dress and manners among priests is attributable not to an endemic homosexuality among them, as Westermarck, Lowy, and others assume, but to an extremely ancient habit among mankind, a habit so thoroughly embedded in the human subconscious as to be ineradicable, even after 4 millennia of masculinism, the habit of regarding deity as female. 19th century and early 20th century scholars who as a body refused to accept the overwhelming evidence for the original gynocratic basis of human society nonetheless collected valuable data which have been helpful to modern scholars in their reconstructions of early social organization. Sir James Frazer cites stunningly convincing evidence of the survival of hierarchic customs and taboos throughout the world, yet he misinterprets this evidence and considers it of so little significance that he omits it in his own 1-volume abridgment of his mammoth 12-volume work. In volume 6 of the original, he cites case after case of the male priests being required to dress as a woman, from the priests of Hercules at Kos in the 5th century BC to the shamans of the indigenous North American natives of the 19th century AD, yet in the abridgment, every reference to this facet of religion is omitted. It is possible, of course, that the omission was intentional, that by the time of the abridgment of 1922, Frazer had finally realized that the vastly important implications of this phenomenon had decided for the sake of male supremacy to suppress it. Oh man, it's getting that bad, isn't it, Nightmare? Woo! All right, ready? Because the next chapter is called Male Circumcision. And I probably won't be able to read this entire chapter because it's a little fucking brutal. So let's test the guidelines, shall we? Okay, there's a lot of offensive stuff in here. Are you ready for the anti-Semitism, the Islamophobia, and all of that? It's really good, okay? It's really good. Okay, take a deep breath because this is really hard. Okay, the fact that even in imperial Rome, the devotees of the goddess Cybele were still cutting off their phalluses and their testicles and offering them at the shrines of the goddess indicates that in early times it was customary for men to observe this practice in honor of the great goddess. I guess the great goddess was hungry for some dick, probably to clean up the shrines, as well as to halt the wholesale of women bilking castration of the men. Women initiated the custom of offering the foreskin in place of the whole, and circumcision was adopted as an amelioration of castration. I love my goddess, but I don't think I'm taking things that far. Dude, I know, Nightmare, like, what the hell? Like, why are people so quick to just, like, cut off bits that come with the body? Like, bruh. Like, this came with the default model. Like, can you leave it alone? I don't know. All right, we're about to get into some slander of the Abrahamic faith, so are you ready for this one? Okay. This was pretty bad. Okay. It says, there can be no doubt that circumcision is a survival of the goddess cult. Abraham, in declaring circumcision a covenant between man and God, was attempting to rationalize a matriarchal custom that could not be abolished, as in Christian times the church adopted and rationalized many goddess rites that could not be eliminated. And we know that's true because, like, all of the, like, Christian holidays are based off of what? Pagan holidays, i.e. Christmas being Yule is probably one of the most famous ones. And then, for example, like, literally Ostara turning into, like, Easter. Jesus, my spiritual balls. I feel bad for the janitor that had to come in and sweep up all the D's on the ground. This is why we have to be able to read whatever the hell we want, you guys. Like, you can't censor a book. We're having too much fun. Okay. Okay. It says, the fact, however, that Abraham never practiced or advocated circumcision. The Egyptian Moses was the instigator of the custom among the Hebrews, and the authors of Genesis attributed it, as they did so many later rites, to the early patriarch Abraham in order to lend an aura of antiquity to their comparatively new Jehovah religion. Do we have any Christians or Jewish people or Muslims in the chat? Because it's about to get really intense. I'm really sorry about that. It says circumcision is a great deal older than either Moses or Abraham. Herodotus writes that, quote, the Syrians of Palestine, free Palestine, free how this book literally references Palestine again. Free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine. This book was so meant for me. Holy crap, I can't even believe it. Okay, free Palestine. Okay, it says, the Syrians of Palestine themselves confess that they learnt the custom of the Egyptians, unquote. The Egyptians had practiced it in honor of Isis since time beyond memory. And the Nubians, who Strabo, writing in 7 BC, avers were strongly women-dominated even in his own day, had, quote, always, unquote, practiced it. The Colloquians, on the shores of the Black Sea, who were an ancient colony of the Egyptians, placed there by Sesostris before 3000 BC, had also, quote, always practiced circumcision, unquote, and that was at least 1,000 years before Abraham. Just more and more spice. We just can't stop with the spices. It's literally a dish of spice. Okay. That circumcision is a survival of the offering of the phallus to the goddess is borne out by the fact that in olden times the rite was always performed in early manhood, not in infancy, as is the modern way. Among the, okay, we're about to get into some Islamophobia, okay, ready? It says, among the Arabs and some African tribes today, oh, and some just outright racist shit. In some African tribes today, circumcision takes place at puberty. And there's evidence that the bar mitzvah, the rite of manhood among the Jewish people, was once the time of circumcision. I don't really know, okay, if that is true. I don't know too much about the bar mitzvah rites. I have been to one though. Shout out to my homie. It was a pretty cool party. It says, the ancient Romans were dumbfounded at the Jewish and Arab rite, and it's aroused all sorts of speculation among the classical writers. Interesting. It says, a scholastic on Horace's satires offered one of the most ingenious explanations of it. Quote, the Jewish people were deprived of their foreskins for the reason, which was that Moses, their king and legislator, having from want of cleanliness a diseased prepuce, was compelled to cut it off, and fearing the deprivation might expose him to ridicule, ordered them all to undergo a like operation, unquote. Do I know if that has any validity to it? No, we're reading a book, okay? It's called The First Sex by Emily Gold Davis, and it is so spicy. Holy crap. It says the foreskin of Jesus Christ. That is literally written in this book. I just said that on the internet. Please, Lord have a mercy. I'm so sorry I just said that, you guys. I just lost like 10 viewers when I said that. Understandably so. The foreskin of Jesus Christ was one of the most precious relics of the Middle Ages. So popular was it that there existed no fewer than 12 of them at one time in Europe. What in the crap am I reading? Hello! If this is your first time seeing me, what a way to discover dragon feather. Okay, it says, the holy Prepus at Chartes, however, was the most potent, merely to look upon it being sufficient to render the most sterile women fruitful. This was carrying things to ridiculous extremes. Yes. But a French philosopher of the 19th century carried another foreskin, that of Adam, to even more ridiculous extremes. Just leave the foreskins alone, please. Just leave the foreskins alone, please. This great thinker somehow arrived at the conclusion that when God put Adam to sleep, he intended only to circumcise him. But when he stood there with the severed prepuce in his hand, he had a better idea of what to do with the leftovers, and he made woman, Eve, out of Adam's foreskin. Have you heard that rendition? Because I've never heard that rendition. I need leftovers. Please don't ever say that to me again, Nightmare Fuel Studios. Holy God. What to do with the leftovers? And he made women. Oh God. I am not high enough for this book right now. I'm not fucking high enough for this book right now. That gives a whole new meaning to leftover women. Do you guys know that women in China and Korea who aren't married by like the age of 25 or 30 are called leftover women? Leftover women. And that sentence, what to do with the leftovers, he made women, yeah. That's just a lot. Okay. Circumcision of boys is practiced today for hygienic reasons, accruing to the welfare of the boy. We have also learned that today the circumcision of the man or the boy is barbaric. Leave the foreskin alone. Thank you. It says, physicians of the 19th century poo-pooed the cleanliness motive, maintaining that circumcision served no healthful purpose and was merely a barbaric and useless form of torture. Because it is. Thank you. But recent news items announce that cancer of the cervix in women may very well be caused by a virus transmitted by uncircumcised men because they don't clean themselves properly, not because of the foreskin itself. Yeah, that's a you problem for the men. Yep. Perhaps then, oh, this is really anti-Semitic and Islamophobic trigger warning. It says, perhaps then the Jewish and the Arabs and St. Peter have been right all along. For it was St. Peter who wanted Christian converts to undergo circumcision and St. Paul who did not. Paul wanted converts at any price, and the prospect of circumcision had already, in Paul's experience, cooled the ardor of not a few prospective Christians. Paul won out, and Christians were not circumcised. It's okay, starlings. Have fun, though. Thanks for popping in for your daily dose of dragon feather. I hope you enjoy this read later when you have time, because it's a lot. Okay, it's really a lot. Where's my fellow wild and witchy leftover women? Hell yeah, let's go. Okay, ready? It says, except that is the Christians of Abyssinia and the Christian Copts of Egypt, with whom the tradition was too ancient to be abandoned. So abhorrent to the Coptic women was an uncircumcised male that they burned his bedding and shattered his eating utensils if by any chance they had entertained one unaware, as Voltaire reports in his Philosophie de l'Histoire. Did I say that right? Probably not. I do not speak French. Anyway, it says, on the other hand, non-Christian women of Turkey, quote, prefer cohabiting with those who retain the foreskin, parentheses, the Christians, than with the Jewish, and with the Turks, as well as pleasure of sexual union is greatly increased by the friction of the prepuce, unquote. I need a fucking drink after this. Are you kidding me? There's just so much left. I'm gonna have to go get another drink. I'm also dealing with a lot of cramps. It really sucks, okay? It really sucks, it does. Yeah, what my question exactly, Garrett? My question exactly, Nightmare? I don't understand. On the other hand, oh, I already read that. It says, Philo reports that Egyptians knew a disease they called carbo of a, quote, very dangerous character and very difficult to cure, to which all those who retained the prepuce were peculiarly liable, unquote. What this disease was is unknown, but it may have been syphilis. Syphilis did not invade modern Europe until late in the 15th century, when Columbus's sailors brought it back from the New World. But in former days, could not the ancient mariners have brought it back from the same New World to ancient Egypt, where the doctors were more successful in containing it than were the doctors of the, quote, enlightened 16th century AD? What the hell? Okay, it's about to talk about Islam, and it's so Islamophobic. It's called In the Muhammadan Religion. Relax, Elizabeth is trying to say Islam. She can't, but she's trying, okay? So in Islam, circumcision is a must, and it was originally decreed not by Muhammad, but by Ishmael, son of Hagar, who was circumcised by Sarah, wife of Abraham, according to Islamic belief. I do not know if that is true, okay? I'm reading a book, okay? So please look up the book, The First Sex by Elizabeth Gould Davis, if you are interested. Girl, I never know what I'm going to hear hopping on in the live here. I know, Ginger Ross Willowheart. Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. So happy to have you here. It says, Woodland Fairy, yay! Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. Do-do-do-do-do, yeah. It says, whoa, Dimensional Legend, oh God, hello! Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. Grab your vodka, we're in for spice, we ain't ready for it. Yeah, this is wild. It's about to get so much worse, okay? So here we go. I almost just died. Okay, here we go. It says, many and varied are the reasons given by earlier travelers for the strange Eastern custom of circumcision, to prevent masturbation, to prevent libertarianism. There's a lot to unpack in that one. To render washing more facile, since Mohammedans, seriously, since Muslims are permitted to use only one hand in washing their genitals, to protect against a worm that likes to breed in the fold of the foreskin, because of the prepuce, if less uncropped, would grow too long and would interfere with sexual intercourse, and finally, because the, quote, prepuce may oppose the free egress of the seminal fluid in the conjugal embrace. And it is to the circumcision that is great fecundity of the Jewish and the Arabs is to be attributed, unquote. All of these so-called explanations bear the mark of parasitic masculist logic. The real reason for male circumcision lies buried in the great mysterious mind of the primordial queen who decreed it back in the springtime of the world for the sole benefit of the chosen sex, the women. Do we need a foreskin worms sticker too? I actually was not mentally prepared to talk about foreskin worms today either. I'm sorry, I need to go grab another drink. This book is too much. Please excuse me, my friends. Please excuse me. This is a lot for all of us. I will be back. Please, just take 5 minutes. This book is too much. I need all of y'all to, like, touch grass, okay? We gotta take 5, okay? Take 5. I hope everybody had a really good quick little breather. All right, that was a lot for everybody involved. I think we're just all a little overwhelmed here, me especially, because the words are coming out of my face as I'm reading them. Who was gonna tell me? Who's gonna tell me? Who was gonna tell me about the foreskin worms if it wasn't for Elizabeth? I don't know, man. The fuck, dude. Okay, let's see. Let me just get myself situated here, because, I lost my spurt, okay? Yeah, Pickle Chips did take a long swig after that one. Let me catch up with this chat. Hold on. It says, chemicals in conversation. What the fuck did I just walk into? My goodness. Yeah, welcome back to your daily dose of dragon feather. That was fucking crazy. Yeah. Oh my god, all these freaking things. How could people be in witchcraft and we all are for you are crazy, dimensional. Pickle Chips needs to leave the book alone. Yeah, Ginger Rose, you were right. Yeah, Pickle Chips did take a long swig after that one. Yeah, okay, are you guys ready? Because guess what? We're not ready for the next one. The next chapter, like the next segment of this one, is called the breast fetish. Are you ready, Nightmare? Are you ready? Yeah, if you didn't know, because of today's episode title, like Tiamat specifically requested me show up like this, okay? Tiamat, my girl, my dragon goddess girlfriend, okay? Didn't think I'll ever be ready for what's next. Yeah, honestly, I'm never ready for what's next, so I need to just cheers. Cheers, okay. Never ready. Never ready. Never ready and never done. Okay. I think the dragons be trolling all of us. Honestly, you're absolutely right. This is the ultimate challenge nightmare. Do you want to know what's crazy? I literally vehemently don't want to finish this book on my YouTube channel just because of how much trouble it gets me in and like how much just drama it's causing me. But you know what Pickle Chips keeps telling me? Pickle Chips keeps telling me, like, in the back of my fucking mind, like, you know, the quicker you read the book on your channel, the quicker you don't have to read the book on your channel. And there's a lot of wisdom to unpack in that. You know what I mean? Like, it really, this feels like a lesson. This feels like a lesson. Okay. Okay, ready? It says, the breast fetish. Okay. It says, among the revelations at Çatalhöyük that startled its excavators in the early 1960s were the many pairs of female breasts that adorned the walls of the goddess shrines. What a sentence. Okay. It says, these disembodied mammaries protruded from the flat surface of the walls as if they had an existence of their own. Disembodied mammaries. Have you guys heard of that in your whole life? Good night, Woodland Fairy. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you sleep very well. Sweet dreams, my friend. I love your videos, but I don't understand English that well. Only some videos have the option to activate subtitles. Will this one have it too? Which book is this? This book is called The First Sex by Elizabeth Gold Davis, and I will try to find ways to translate my videos in other languages because I don't speak other languages to translate it, but I will do my best because I want my videos to be accessible to as many people as possible. So if you speak other languages, let me know because I'm interested if you would like to help me do subtitles if that's possible. But anyway, continuing, it says disembodied memories. What a sentence. Okay, it says, this phenomenon of the 9th millennium Anatolia had not been repeated in Crete or elsewhere in the later Aegean as so many other Anatolian wall decorations had been. But Mirabile Dictu, nearly 1,000 miles away in southern Italy, identical breasts were found in a goddess temple that was dated 6,000 or 7,000 years after Çatalhöyük, to a period prior to Rome or the Hellenic colonization of Italy. Interesting, the Hellenics colonized Italy. Among these numerous pairs of, quote, female busts, unquote, were a large number of, quote, female flowers, faces of women crowned with a calyx or flower petals, unquote. This is all very strange and exciting, but even more strange and exciting is the later identification of the temple where these busts and flower faces were found and its connection with Jason and the Argonauts. Strabo in the 1st century BC had written of a temple in Lucania in southern Italy, which had been founded by Jason during the Argo voyage 12 or 13 centuries earlier and dedicated to the goddess Hera. Strabo called this the Heronion of Silaris, the Hera temple of Silaris, Silaris being the Roman name for the river Sele. In Jason's time, Hera was still the great goddess of northern Greece and Thessaly. Jason's homeland was in northern Greece. The objective of the Argonauts, of whom Jason was the captain, was Colchis on the eastern shore of the Black Sea in northern Anatolia. The shortest route from Thessaly to Colchis would have been across the Aegean Sea, through the Hellespont Point to the Sea of Marmara, through the Bosporus of the Black Sea, and so on eastward to Colchis. Italy would have been very much out of the way. Obviously then, Jason's visit to Italy must have been made on the return journey from Colchis, where he was fleeting with Medea, for the fact that a temple to Hera, the Greek goddess, was dedicated in Italy before the Greek colonization of the peninsula cannot be denied. Not only Strabo, but Plutarch, 200 years later, testifies to the fact that the Heronion was the work of Jason. The temple still stood in Plutarch's time. However, when post-Renaissance antiquarians, intrigued by the newly discovered accounts of Strabo and Plutarch, started looking for the Heronion along the banks of Sele, no vestige of the temple could be found. The search was finally rewarded, however, in 1935, 30 years before Çatalhöyük, by the finding of the female busts and the flower faces in a field 3 miles from the river. Further excavations eventually revealed the remains of the temple itself, and votive offerings inscribed with the name Hera made it, quote, quite certain that the temple was indeed Strabos's Heronion of Silaris, unquote. So everyone was satisfied. But what of the breasts? What of the breasts? They excited little interest at the time. Really? Little at the time? Come on, man. It says, of Çatalhöyük were still unknown in 1935. What connection was there between the two? How did Anatolian breasts of the 8th century reach Italy of the 12th? If the detached breasts had been universal symbols of the great goddess, why did they not appear elsewhere with others of her numerous symbols? If the breasts were a fad only of the Anatolian 9th millennium, why do they suddenly reappear beyond the seas 7,000 years later? And why are their lovely little flower faces not found anywhere at all except at the Heronion of Silaris? Where and what is the connecting link? Colchis were reported the golden fleece of the Argonauts were after, was Anatolia. Medea, the enchantress, although in the Hellenic myth she is called the daughter of the king, was in actuality the queen of Colchis. This is proven by the story of her tearing her brother Abistrius limb from limb and scattering his parts over the countryside as Osiris's limbs were scattered by Typhon. This is the way of many mythical gods and heroes. This is how, let me try that again. It says, this is the way that many mythical gods and heroes met their deaths, from Tamiuz in Syria to Dionysus in Thrace. In all of the myths, the dismembered party represents the consort of the queen, he who is sacrificed, ritualistically dissected, and scattered to the winds to ensure the crops. The, quote, green man, unquote, or the, quote, corn man, unquote, festival of modern Europe is a Celtic survival of the ancient Mediterranean fertility rite. Do you guys remember way back in the day when I used to make videos about the horned one and the green, like the horned god and the green god, or the green man. This is crazy. This book is amazing. Okay, ready? It's okay. It says, in the Argonaut myth, Medea left Colchis with the Argonauts, having fallen in love with Jason. The Argo is pursued by the Colchians, who want both their queen and their golden fleece back. And it is then that the visit to Italy may have been made. Eventually, Medea and Jason return to Thessaly, where Medea, to oblige Jason, murders his uncle, the king of Thessaly. Again, they are forced to flee, and here again may have been the time of the stop in Italy. Later they come to Corinth, where Jason falls in love with Gallus, the daughter of Creon, the king, and Medea in revenge kills both Glauce and Creon. She then murders her own 2 sons by Jason and flees to Athens, where Agis, the father of Theus, gives her asylum from Jason's wrath. In Athens, she attempts to destroy Theus, and for this she is banished by Aegeus. But she lives to avenge herself again by the magically arranging the deaths of Theus's wife Phaedra, the Cretan princess Theus had abducted after slaying the Minotaur in the labyrinth at Crete, and the Hippolytus, Theus's son, by the queen of the Amazons. Who we are getting into it. Oh my gosh, are you okay? There's so much happening in this freaking chat. Everybody's just like running off. No problem, opinions are one thing, but spamming it over and over is another. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, please don't spam, you guys. Like, the problem with, like, this is why, like, there's been such an issue with me reading this book, is because when I read this book, it triggers people's, like, conditioning in their brains that, like, they feel like they have to robotically push it out there for their truth to be heard, right? And it's like a form of almost like cognitive dissonance in a way that, like, if you can't listen to somebody else's like recitation of their beliefs or their like version of God or their like religious practice or like the history of just like different humans practicing things, like, you know, like, granted, some of this, you know, is like very clouded with like a racist lens. It's very much colonizer literature, like there's a colonizer tone to it, very much female supremacy. It is not intersectional feminism. It's very much white supremacy feminism. That's this book, right? This author, Elizabeth, is very much coming from the perspective that like white women should be like the supreme leaders, is like essentially the tone that we're getting from this. But like, it's very triggering material, right? So because of that, like, I understand why people would want to spam the chat to make sure. Please don't spam. So yeah, just like try to like really listen to this and like digest it, because it's a lot, okay? It says, let's see. It says Asclepius restores Hippothylus to life, and the goddess Diana bears him away to her sacred grove in Aricea in Italian Latum, the grove of Diana Nemorensis, whence Aeneas was later to pluck the golden bow. In Aricea, Hippolytus has a son, Virbius, who is one of the Etruscans who resist the settlement of Aeneas and the Trojans in Latinum after the fall of Troy. I want to know who hurt Elizabeth. Yeah, you know what, Nightmare? My dad told me some crazy shit about Elizabeth, the actual person, the author. It seemed like the end of her life was very scary, like very clouded in just some shady fucking shit. And allegedly, I still have to do my own research into it, but my dad basically pointed me in the direction of it seems to be like she was sexually assaulted and then like shot herself in the head to like unalive. But we want to give Elizabeth her justice, and we want to give her justice in the sense that she was wronged and also the sense that she is wrong. And that's kind of like also why we're reading this book too, because books like these in the 1900s, especially after the printing press was invented, revolutionized the way human ideologies spread like wildfire. And before the printing press, when the printing press came out for books to be mass printed to the public, it was very much like the ancient internet, right? Because like the internet is today a way for us to share information instantaneously, but back then you had to do it via traveling, right? You had to do it via handwritten letters or handbound books, and that was an artisan craft. Okay, that's why books of so long ago are honestly probably either falling apart or already like have fallen apart and decayed, because they were so handmade, right? But now in the 1900s, it made it easier to produce books, right? So when people had certain ideologies, especially like, you know, government ideologies, so like communism was spread through the printing press, right? And then obviously like Nazi ideologies spread because of the printing press, right? So, plus you need to know how to read. Exactly, Gen X. Plus, welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. This is probably why my Dragon Guardians made this book find me, or Pickle Chip said that they made this book find me, because it is literally so important for people to see how I read this book, is what Pickle Chips tells me. I'm telling you what Pickle Chips told me, why I have to keep reading this book no matter who is upset, because like this is how I am taught by my guardians, and also how I was taught by my professors in college how to consume literature, like in a scholarly, professional way. Like I dropped out of college because I did drugs. Surprise. I don't know if I ever told anyone that, but I literally was in college for like the study of religion and the study of music, right? So, with that being said, let's just try to stomach this, because it's a lot, but there's a lot of good stuff in here and there's a lot of really bad stuff in here, and I like finding all of it, right? So here we go. Let's see. I'm trying to make sure that I am not reading the wrong thing. Okay. It says, and what has all of this to do with the breasts at the Heronian of Solaris? Very importantly, it brings together in one continuing myth ancient Catalhuyuk, Egypt, Colchis, Jason, Medea, Thalassa, Athens, Aegeus, Theus, Phaedra, Crete, and the Minotaur, Aeneas, Troy, Corinth, Creon, the Argonauts, Asclepius, Hera, Diana, the Grove of Nemi, Vibrus, Hippolytus, the Amazons, the Etruscans, the Trojan War, Latinum, Luciana, and the Heronian of Solaris. And this one continuing myth all takes place in the lifetime of one individual, Medea. And Medea is the queen of Anatolian Colchis, who presumably visited Italy with her husband Jason when he founded the temple of Hera in Luciana. Which all leads up to the question, were the breasts and flower faces Medea's contribution to Heronia, and are they Colchian symbols of the great goddess, symbols once common in the Anatolian cradle of civilization, handed down to Egypt, where they were later obliterated during patriarchal ages and preserved only in Egypt's Anatolian colony at Colchis? Perhaps excavations at the site of Colchis will someday reveal the originals of the flower faces, and will provide the missing link between the breasts of Catalhuyuk and those of ancient Italy. What up, everyone? Lunar Eclipse! Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather! It says, hope everyone is staying geeky, cheeky, and freaky. Yes, we are. That's some hat. LOL. Thank you, Big Bird. This hat is kind of iconic on this channel. Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather with the horns, special episode. For those just arriving, what is the name of the book? It would be The First Sex by Elizabeth Gould Davis. It's a pretty spicy book. So if you get offended, that's kind of, honestly, we're all getting offended, because it's just racist and it's like super like female supremacy and like also just colonizer coded, and just there's a lot of good stuff in here. Yeah, the foreskin worms were the best. So please keep watching, and if you're coming back in, you have to rewatch for Phalluses Abound and Foreskin Worms, because it's just too much and I can't go back and describe it. Yes, we're reading spicy books. It's pretty bad. Fadil Naji, welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. Glad to have you here. Okay, ready to go. Brittany Cusney, welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. Okay, we're gonna jump back into this book because it's pretty awesome. So let's see. It says, let me find it. I'm really trying to find my spot. If you could just give me 1 second. Okay. We shall then have proof that Medea did exist, that she did visit Italy with Jason, and that together they did found the Temple of Hera in Lucania, that the ancient myths are indeed to be read as history, and that the ancient world was far more closely knit community than has been realized heretofore. The phenomena of Catalhuyuk and Solaris bears witness to the fact that the female breasts, like the phallus, were originally objects of women worship. At Catalhuyuk, they are rivaled in numbers only by the bull's horns interspersed among them. The horns, of course, symbolize the male phallus, the generating cause of childbirth, while the breasts symbolize the nurturing aspect of childcare. I love this book. It's actually the best. Hold on, let me just make sure we don't have a 18+ moment. Okay, here we go. It says, women revealed both breast and phallus as instruments of motherhood. It was only after the patriarchal revolution, when men had appropriated to themselves both phallus worship and the breast fetish, that these organs acquired the erotic significance with which they are now endowed. I think I should read that sentence again. How do you guys feel about that? It says, women revered both breast and phallus as instruments of motherhood. It was only after the patriarchal revolution, when men had appropriated to themselves both phallus worship and the breast fetish, that these organs acquired the erotic significance with which they are now endowed. Yeah. Ever since modern history began, men have been bemused by the mammary glands. The mammary glands! Juvenile, 2,000 years ago, waxed rapturous over the oversized bust of a lady acquaintance, what a sentence, and Strabo praised the, quote, majorum papillum, unquote, of the women of Meroe. Breasts have been favorite subjects of poets, sculptors, and artists of all stripes ever since masculine art was born. Great size, however, has not always been required or even desired. It can be seen from Greek sculptures of the classical age that the beauty-loving Greeks preferred smaller breasts, slimmer hips, and broader shoulders than are endowed by modern judges of feminine beauty. Pause. I thought that the sculptures in Greece of women were very curvy. Am I wrong? Let me know in the comments. It says, the very ideal of female physical perfection nonetheless remains the Venus of Praxiteles, Phryne, the famous Greek courtesan who posed for Praxiteles' Venus, as well as for the Venus of Apelles, is described as having had, quote, the most admirable of mame, unquote, wow, which without being large, quote, occupy the bosom, rise from it with nearly equal curves on every side, and equally terminate in their apices, unquote. They were curvy, some replicas of Greek goddess statues. Yeah, that's what I thought. I really thought that they were curvy. Okay. It says, hold on. It was the incomparable perfection of Phryne's mame that saved her life when she was falsely accused of treason by a jealous lover. She was defended by the great orator Hyperides, who wasting no words, called her as a witness, and throwing aside her veil to reveal her breasts, quote, at once disarmed the most intervente of her critics and won her acquittal, unquote. When the mammary card don't decline. Please subscribe if you're not subscribed, because why would you not when the mammary card don't decline? Please leave it in the comments. If you got this far in the video, comment down below, mammary card don't decline. Okay. It was the incomparable perfection. Oh wait, it was this Phryne who magnanimously restored the razed walls of Thebes after Alexander's attack. For centuries thereafter, the restored walls bore the proud inscription, quote, these walls demolished by Alexander the Great were restored by Phryne the whore, unquote. Yeah, okay. I'm pushing the guidelines of today's video. Pickle Chips told me I will be pushing the guidelines forever with this book, okay? It says, in the Middle Ages, breasts had shrunk even from the parasimonous by modern standard Greek ideal. A 14th century work on feminine beauty defines pulchrude as consisting of narrow shoulders, small breasts, large belly, broad hips, fat thighs, short legs, and a small head, which probably explains the unattractiveness of the ladies portrayed by medieval artists. That was a lot. That was a lot. Damn. Damn. Okay. It says, where is it? By the late oh my gosh, should I read this in a British accent? Would that be better? Okay, I'm gonna read this like next little bit in a British accent. You let me know if it makes it better or not. Let's say, let me do my best. It says, by the late 18th century and early 19th century, this ideal had changed remarkably little. T. Bell in 1821 recommended that in profile the mons vernus should be more prominent than the bosom. This protruding pubis was to be balanced behind equally protruding buttocks, the whole balanced on large muscular thighs and short legs. Today we allow nothing to protrude except the breasts, and with these there is absolutely no limit as to size or prominence. Desmond Morris in The Naked Ape observes that women's breasts have become so much of a sex symbol through selective breeding for size and roundness that they are no longer efficient as nursing implements. This bodes ill for the future of the race because at no time in history has the large bosom been an object of so much reverence as it is in the United States today. Thus, we find that just as the male of the human species owes his penile development to early sexual selection on the part of women, so the female of the species owes her matin mammary magnificence to the male sexual preference. It is questionable, however, whether male preference for large breasts is really based on sexuality. Men like to think that big breasts are, quote, sexy, unquote, and that their own weakness for them implies a tigerish sexiness in themselves. The truth is that the overblown breast is admired by modern men, not as a daring sex symbol, as they like to think, but as a mother symbol. Questionable. It's I can't keep doing it. I can't. I can't. Okay. I can't keep doing it. It says, the first impression of a child receives is that of his mother's breast, and he spends the rest of his life trying to recapture the sensations of cherished warmth and comfort that are connected in his subconscious mind with the female breast. Elizabeth, my darling. Elizabeth, my sweet darling. You would have loved help. You would have loved healthcare. You would have loved a therapist, a woman therapist, okay. You also, I think my girl Elizabeth would have loved TikTok, okay. That one got me shook too, okay. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. I think I am now traumatized by this revelation. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's true, okay? All I'm saying is that I have questions, okay? Alfred Cordova, welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Mother! We are reading The First Sex, and we just had a really disgusting revelation that you are honestly very, very lucky you missed that one. So, it says, sexual symbolism. Pyramids, breast-shaped, quote, rising equally on all their sides and equally terminating in their apices, unquote, are sex symbols representing the feminine principle in creation. Unalterable, immovable, indestructible. Quote, Egypt is the land of stereotyped matriarchy, unquote, writes Bakoffin. Quote, and its whole culture is built on the woman cult, unquote. Breast symbolism, in general, is rather, it says, breast symbolism in general is rarer than lingam, phallic, or yoni vulva symbolism. Of phallic symbols, there are many. The obelisks of Egypt and the Washington Monument in the District of Columbia are said to fall in this category, but yoni symbols, the representation of the female fendendum, are more numerous and offer far more variety. The hot cross bun and the pocketbook roll were originally symbolic of the lingam and the yoni, respectively. These goodies had always been baked for the festival of the goddess Oestra, the goddess of fertility, from whose name we get both the word oestrus, signifying animal sexual heat, and the word Easter, and whose movable feast day became our Easter, the day of the risen Lord. Homegirl seems to be Christian. The church permitted the baking of these pagan symbols, requiring only that for Easter they be adorned with a holy cross, and thus to this day we bake and eat hot cross buns at Eastertide in honor of the risen lingam. Well, the cowrie shell is universally regarded as a yoni symbol, as is the humble horseshoe when nailed for luck over a doorway. The most basic and by far the oldest sex symbol is the Tau, or short-armed cross, the letter T, in which ancient symbol the upright represents the phallus and the crosspiece the yoni, or the vulva. This symbol, representing Schmintershores, I can't say that online, is as old as man, and it was thus an easy matter for the church to endow it with sanctity as an object of reverence. Men and women had been worshipping it since time began. The Taurus, the bull, symbol for gynocracy, was a strong sex symbol, representing the male principle in the feminine world. His horns were sex symbols par excellence, and they adorned many a goddess shrine unearthed in recent years. The bull became the sacred symbol of Crete, and the Minotaur, half man and half bull, was an object of reverence and not the monster that modern fairy tales has made of him. His mother, Piasfe, was indulging in an ancient woman cult when she bade Daedalus construct a heifer image in which she could conceal herself and be impregnated by the sacred bull. Yeah, this stream is deconstructing my entire world too. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Gen X. If I could rename the stream, I would rename the stream to deconstructing my entire childhood, for sure. It says, the ancient sacredness of the bull in gynocratic societies is perpetuated today in the term, quote, papal bull, unquote, the Pope's edict. It derives from the ancient queens having pronounced her laws from the center of a crescent formed by her priestesses, the crescent being in the shape of a bull's horns, as well as of the new moon. The crescent moon was sacred to the goddess. Ready? We're about to get into some more spicy stuff and some more Islamophobia. It says the momsin, oh, I think that's the next, okay, sorry, I misread something. The mom and I thought it said the Muhammadan again. That was just too much for me. Okay, it says, let me try again. It said the crescent moon was sacred to the goddess. And Mommensen writes of the vast antiquity of the custom of dispensing justice at the time of the new moon. Interesting. I did not know that. The curved double axe of Crete, the unmistakable symbol of the queenly justice, was reminiscent of both the bull's horns and the new moon, both sacred to the goddess. The time was measured by the moon's phases, and, quote, in all languages the moon received its name from the fact that men measured time, menis, by her, unquote. The word, quote, menis, or menses, quote, and, quote, menstruation, unquote, derive from this fact, as does menstruation. Measurement. The lunar year of the matriarchal calendar consisted of 13 months, hence the bad luck of the number 13. All survivals of the ancient gynocracies of Europe have been branded as evil and ill-omened by the Christian church. That is a really fun take on the number 13 being evil. It comes from the matriarchy calendar being a 13-month calendar. Therefore, 13 is an unlucky number because it's a feminine number. My favorite way to say 13 is tartine. It's a fun way to say it. You should try it sometimes. So, ready? Did I buffer? What'd you guys miss? Should I reread something? I'll reread it. It says, time was measured by the moon's phases and, quote, in all languages the moon received its name from the fact that men measured time, mensis, by her, unquote. The words, quote, mensis, unquote, and, quote, menstruation, unquote, derive from this fact, as does, quote, mensuration, unquote, measurement. The lunar year of the matriarchal calendar consisted of 13 months. Hence the bad luck of the number 13, all survivals of the ancient gynocracies of Europe having been branded as evil and ill-omened by the Christian church. So here we go. My hat existed before those movies, just so you know, Alfred. Okay. It says, the 13 lunar months are still called in England, quote, common law months, unquote, each consisting of 28 days. Quote, 28 was a sacred number in the sense that the moon was worshipped as a woman whose menstrual cycle is 28 days, and that this also is the true period of the moon's revolution in terms of the sun. The system was probably evolved in matriarchal Sumeria, unquote. In earlier times, the mysterious red rains that still are reported periodically in the world's press as, quote, rains of blood, unquote, were believed to have been the very menstrual blood of the moon goddess. And the modern mediciogenetic symbol for the female is a small plus sign under a circle, is actually the ancient pictograph of the great goddess, her equiarmed cross topped by the full moon. We're about to get to the craziest things, okay? I can't even believe this right now, hold on. Oh my God, I can't breathe. I don't know if you guys are ready to finish this stream. It's gonna be a long one. We're not even done with the first chapter, and Pickle Chips told me I have to read 3 chapters today, so this is a lot. I hope you guys are buckled in, because I'm locked in. I'm really locked in. We're not even a third of the way done. This book is too much. It's great. Yeah. It's crazy how that hat was a part of my first introduction into the Draconic Path many years ago. Tragic nostalgic. Hell yeah. The hat does give fluffy Loki vibes, not gonna lie. Who cares? You know, who gives a fucking shit about Loki? Because we don't on this channel. Fuck you, Loki. Like, I know some people worship Loki. That might be offensive to you, but like, we don't worship male gods on this channel. I mean, at least I don't. That's not something I do personally, but like, I don't judge people who do that, okay? I just show up and say shit because that's what my dragons tell me to do. Anyway, moving forward. It's dragon horns, in case anyone got that messed up. Okay. Moving forward, trying, or goddess horns, because horned goddess tends to be, hello, part of this book so intensely. It says, as late as the reign of Edward II, a May Day song went, quote, how many months be in the year? There are 13, I say, unquote. In Tudor times, the last line was amended to read, quote, there are but 12, I say, unquote, to conform to the solar year adopted by the patriarchs. Are all your dragons female? Gen X. My dragons don't have gender. But I use different pronouns to refer to them depending on how they present themselves. So like, sometimes Pickle Chips feels like a he, sometimes Pickle Chips feels like a she, sometimes Pickle Chips feels like a they. But my guardians tell me they don't have gender. Because gender is a very earth thing, very human concept. I hope that helps. I hope that helps. Which is why I don't worship, like, men. I bounce around with their pronouns for them. Yeah, same, tragic, nostalgic. It's true. I love Loki. I'm sorry, Nightmare Fuel Studios. I've had some bad experiences. But anyway, I hope you know, like, I'm not, like, if you ask Loki if you should be watching me, I'm sure Loki, I actually don't know what the fuck Loki would say. But you know, that's none of my business. I literally made a video, I made a pun out of Loki's name with the video. It was like, I think it was like 13 Loki facts you didn't know about Norse paganism. It was actually pretty good. Pickle Chips gender? Huh? Yeah, honestly, yeah. If you're new, Pickle Chips is a nickname for one of my dragon guardians. I hope that makes sense. We just Pickle Chips nicknamed themselves Pickle Chips, so they wouldn't be as intimidating and more relatable, is what they say. Loki gets sassy with me when I mention you. That's funny, actually. I would love to deep dive into that lore. Okay, let's see. It says, okay. I know, okay, hold on. Okay, if the number 13 became unlucky because of its association with the gynocracies, other symbols of feminine power continued as good luck charms. It is still a lucky omen to see the new moon over the left shoulder, the left side being the feminine side. It was for this reason, however, that the left became the dark side, and the word for left, Latin sinister, acquired an evil connotation. Interesting. Lore Rainbow. Loki is a Nordic god of chaos. I think Loki probably gets sassy when you mention me because my heritage is Nordic, and like my guardians want me to look into Nordic mythology, but my dragons specifically told me not to care about the like male gods in any mythology I look into, and that's I'll unpack the tea with my spirit team one day. That would be a fun video. Anyway, all crescent-shaped objects represent the goddess and the feminine principle, including the crescent of the old Russian and the Turkish and Libyan flags, the crescent flag having originally been a Roman legionary ensign carried by those legions dedicated to the goddess. The curved crescent-shaped lines cut into the stones of medieval cathedrals, which so mystified the, quote, antiquarians, unquote, of the 19th century, were actually surreptitious invocations to the goddess. The symbol of the vulva consists of two crescents joined at the tips, a symbol that abounds in Christian Ireland. The pointed oblong formed by thus joining the crescents and enclosed within a delta has been found carved in rocks dating from prehistoric times to the Middle Ages. Its closest parallel today is the four-letter word found carved or scribbled on the walls of men's rooms and comfort stations. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. It says, this was no doubt the symbol engraved on the many famous pillars of Sarotis that dotted the countries that the ancient Egyptian had conquered. Herodotus, who saw some of the surviving pillars in his travels more than 2,000 years after Sarotis, wrote that, quote, they were carved with emblems to mark that they were a nation of women, unquote. Excuse me. It says, in other words, with the female sex symbol, Herodotus, 15th century Greek patriarch that he was, interpreted them as insults to the manhood of the conquered peoples. But Thomas Wright, another great traveler more than 2,000 years after Herodotus, 1778, thought otherwise. Quote, the belief in the salutary power of this image, the female sex symbol, appears to be a superstition of great antiquity. The universality of the superstition leads us to think that Herodotus erred in the explanation he has given of them. The truth is that Sarasotris left the symbol as a protection for the people of the district in which they stood, unquote. Author's italics. Whew, this shit is ancient. Are you kidding me? It says, and knowing what we know of the ancient Egyptians, we agree with Wright's interpretation. Even in Herodotus's time, as he himself reports, Egypt was a woman's country. The female sex was sacred, and her symbol could have had none but a beneficent and, quote, salutary meaning, unquote. Meaning like salute, if that meaning. It's hard for me to say, okay? It says, this was no doubt the symbol engraved on the many famous pillars of Sesostris that dotted the countries that this ancient Egyptian had conquered. Herodotus, who saw some of the surviving pillars in his travels more than 2,000 years after how do you say it? It's Sesostris. Sesostris, I think, wrote that, quote, they were carved with emblems to mark that they were a nation of women, unquote. In other words, with the female sex symbol. Herodotus, 15th century Greek patriarch, that he was interpreted them as, oh, how did we get there? I don't know how we got there. It says, the yoni itself is crescent-shaped, like the new moon, and in India, the word means, quote, altar, unquote, a sacred place. This is my Bible. This is my Bible, sweet Mary. Can I read that again, you guys? That was insane. That was insane. That was insane. Even in Herodotus' time, as he himself reports, Egypt was a woman country. The female sex was sacred, and her symbol could have had none but a beneficent and salutary meaning. The yoni itself is crescent-shaped, like the new moon, and in India, the word means altar, a sacred place. Wow. Are you ready? It's about to get intense again. It says, quote, the ark is a female symbol, unquote, writes Goldberg. Like the Torah of the Jewish people, it represents the female principle, the original deity of the Jewish people and creator of God and man. The ark was brought to the Hebrews by Moses from Egyptian temples of the goddess Isis, to whom the ark had been sacred for millennia before Moses. To the Jewish people, it represented the womb, the cradle of all life. The ark of the Jewish people became the tabernacle of the Christians, and it is revealing that in the Roman Church, the Virgin Mary is called the, quote, tabernacle of God, unquote. Are you guys ready? I'm not ready for this next part. Okay, ready? It's gonna get really good. Okay. Noah's Ark symbolized the womb of the goddess who salvages and protects all her creatures. The Noah myth is not a Hebrew, but a Sumerian myth based on overtly gynocratic ideas and embodied in the Epic of Gilgamesh, from which it was stolen. The Egyptian Sphinx, quote, a beast with a woman's head, unquote, represents women's headship over man, the beast, and is symbolic of, quote, the primacy of Isis over Cyrus, unquote. I'm going to read that again. It says, the Egyptian Sphinx, a beast with a woman's head, represents women's headship over man, the beast, and is symbolic of, quote, the primacy of Isis over Osiris, unquote. Yet its great age suggests that it predates Osiris by many eons and is a product of the time when, quote, there were no gods, unquote. There are reasons this text has been repressed, for sure. The Bougie Mystic. This is called The First Sex by Elizabeth Gould Davis, and I highly recommend you read it. It's a very feminine, it's like feminist white feminism literature from 1971. It's a really, really spicy read. I highly recommend it. It says, let's see, quote, in the face of this mystery, unquote, wrote George Rawlinson about the Sphinx in 1887, quote, all questions are vain, unquote, but conjecture is not vain, and it would be interesting to conjecture a bit about this mystery. The Sphinx is rivaled only by the Great Pyramid itself in its gigantic proportions and its massive grandeur, as well as in its unfathomable age. Could it be a monument to Basilia, Diodorus's antique queen who war more than 50,000 years ago, brought order to the world, and created civilized society out of chaos? Diodorus says that Basilia was a native of Atlas, which in earlier times was a nation of northern Africa, not too far from the site of the Sphinx at Egyptian Gizeh. It is a juicy book. Basilia was a warrior queen who used force and violence to quell the anarchic conditions of earlier society, an anarchy caused by the refusal of the males to behave themselves. Men, in the earlier stages of their emergence into the human state, remained bestial and uncontrolled sexually. Women, however, who was the advance guard in the march towards humanhood, as she was to the advance guard in the climb towards civilization, very early rebelled against the rough and ready sexuality of the males. Quote, exhausted by man's lusts, unquote, writes Bachofen, quote, women was first to feel the need for regulated conditions and a purer ethic, unquote. Quote, degraded by man's sexual abuse, her sense of outrage and the fury of her despair spurred her to armed resistance, exalting her to that warlike grandeur which was rooted in her need for higher life. Everywhere the assault on her rights provoked her resistance, and she resorted to bloody vengeance, unquote. This is my Bible, you guys. I hope you enjoy the reading of my Bible. The entire female sex, led perhaps by Basilia, declared war on the men. Amazonianism was born. Quote, Amazonian phenomena are interwoven with the origins of all peoples. They may be found from Central Asia to the Occident, from the Scythian north to West Africa and beyond the ocean. Everywhere, Amazonianism is accompanied by violent acts of bloody vengeance against the male sex, unquote. Yet Amazonianism, despite its savagery, was a necessary step towards civilized society and, quote, it signifies an appreciable rise in human culture. In it lies the first germ of the matriarchy which founded the civilization of all peoples. And this is thoroughly confirmed by history, unquote. For without it, the power it gave the women over the men, there would have been no advancement, and the human animal would have remained forever in the twilight zone between beast and man, from which stage only the fear of women eventually raised him. From who? Only the fear of women eventually raised him. Elizabeth, you're a brat for that. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. It says, thus, the feminine dominance we see so firmly established at the beginning of history was the result of the first great revolution. A revolution that was fought in the name of decency, purity, and social progress. A revolution, moreover, that was led and won by a woman, Basilia. Whether Basilia ever existed or not is irrelevant, even if she represents only the individualization of a stage and human culture. The important fact is, in the Basilia story, is that it was told by a woman who first brought law and order into a chaotic world by curbing and taming the beast in man, and thus making civilization possible. And the great Sphinx, with its serene and majestic woman's head towering over its crouching beast's body, would well be her monument. Who is to deny it? Yet incredibly 19th century antiquarians referred to the Sphinx as a he. And that is the end of chapter 6. All right? We have two. You want to know why he's not a fan of me? Loki's not a fan of me because me speaking my truth and people resonating with what I have to say will eventually end in people worshiping gods like Loki. There's a lot of women, this is gonna really cause a lot of problems for you, Nightmare. I'm really sorry about that. I'm just gonna take a break because I'm having a little bit of a feminine emergency, as I would reading this book. I have some pretty interesting health issues, okay? So all I'm gonna say is that, like, especially women who resonate with my message, if they have worked with, like, male gods in the past, like, they might unsubscribe from that if they hear what I have to say. So with that, I'm gonna leave you guys to digest that one. I have to go run to the bathroom to take care of my little situation, and I'll be back to read chapter 7, all right? Hold on, hold your breath, because we're gonna have to clutch your pearls, okay? Clutch your pearls, all right? Clutch your pearls. Digest chapter 6 for me. Ask any questions, all right? And I will catch up in the chat. Be back, okay? See you soon, my friends. Hold on, actually, I'm just gonna, hold on, just gonna mute this. We are back, my friends. Okay. 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 Yeah, Odin's a fan because I actually kind of like vibe Odin a little bit. Odin gives me daddy vibes, but like not in a creepy way, like in a father figure way. Sorry, that came out weird when I came back like that. Anyway, I've got no pearls, but I'm holding onto my cord on the cob in great anticipation. Oh my god, you guys are hilarious. I don't work close with any other male deities to ask. The rest are goddesses and dragons. Yeah, that's interesting. Thor and Anubis are neutral about you. They don't like or dislike you. I haven't talked to Cernunnos and Lucifer about you yet. I was very close to working with Cernunnos as my patron. Same with Lucifer, so that's interesting. I'm very curious about what they say from like your experience. I'm still pretty certain that I'll end up working with Lucifer in the future, but like not in the context as a god, probably in the context as like an angel demon hybrid, if that makes sense. Or like as like Elohim, I think is the way you pronounce it. Odin likes you because you're a teacher. That's honestly, that actually really, I appreciate this. Odin might earn a place in my altars for that one. Anyway, it's not like a I hate male god kind of situation, right? I know it might sound like that, but like it's like a I don't really feel called to work with them. But anyway, let's get to this chapter 7, shall we? Your teachings don't seem to conflict with the existence of Thor and Anubis, so they don't care. That's interesting. I love it. Yeah, dude, I love teaching. I work with Frigg, Freya, Hel, Odin, and Thor. Oh my god, isn't it? That's amazing. Fair enough. The main god I work with is Loki. That's why I'm curious as to why he wouldn't be a fan of Azura. I'm currently trying to contact Monte. I mean, in my personal experience with Loki, the reason why, like, I guess I never really resonated with Loki is because, like, with me working with dragons, I just, like, kind of see through the trickery pretty quickly. Like the trickery is, like the tomfoolery, the games, like the dragons like beat that, I guess. No offense, Loki. Loki has his place, okay? Like, no hate to Loki, but like a little side eye, I guess. I don't know. I actually have to watch. I have to watch sometimes certain things I say. Yeah. Anyway, chapter 7. Mother Right. This is a really good chapter, I have a feeling. It says, Azura, what place do men have in society where women have embraced feminism and the divine feminine? Dude, why? This is my question. I want to know why people think that when women embrace feminism and like their life in like a that way, like it's a very male-centered question to ask that, and I might get some flack for saying this, but like if you really want to know the essence of feminism, like if you are a man, someone who identifies as a man who also identifies as a feminist, it's like understanding the fact that like women having space to exist in their power is no threat to you if you're secure in who you are, right? Like women who embrace feminism in like the like healthy intended intersectional way of feminism, not like white supremacy, white feminism. No, I'm not talking about like Elizabeth. I'm not talking about like Elizabeth feminism. I'm talking about like the sense of just like women need to have like a place at the table kind of feminism, you know what I mean? Like women need to be able to embrace their power and not feel threatened to do that. And like men's place in society is just making sure that women feel safe doing that. Like that's the only way reality will change for you guys. And like men feel so angry, at least certain men that I've talked to feel so angry at the thought of considering changing their behavior for the comfort of someone outside of them. And that is the actual crux of the issue. It's so male-centered that any push to center anything outside of them feels like a threat to their safety. Do you understand? It's a really intense conversation that we're having here. All right, but we're adults here, okay? I told YouTube this video was not for kids for a reason, all right? It says, myth demonstrates the authenticity of mother right. The contrast between mythical conceptions and those of subsequent days is so marked that where more recent ideas prevailed, it would not have been possible to invent the phenomena of matriarchy. J.J. Bekoffen. Ready? The mothers. Jane Ellen Harrison's remark about the incongruity of the male adopting the role of mother can be explained to include the quote inherent futility and ugly dissonance the inherent futility and ugly dissonance unquote of the father god taking over the role and function of the mother goddess. This is going to be spicy. Are you ready? Yet so far have we come in historical times from the original concept of the deity as female that, as Mary Daly writes, it would seem less blasphemous to refer to God as it than as she. I'm just gonna bake in that one for a second. It would seem less blasphemous to refer to God as it than as she. You know what's so funny, you guys? People on my channel literally want me so bad at the end of the day to say my view of God is male, or at the very least non-gendered. And people lose their absolute sweet monkey bananas when I hint that even the possibility that God is female, or God is goddess, or God is a woman, or God is a witch is so blasphemous. It literally blew up my life in a way that I never expected it to do in 2024. But here we are having this conversation, right? Here we are having this conversation, okay? I'm sensing that Cernunnos and Lucifer are also fans of Azura as well because of her teachings. So out of the male deities I personally work with, look, he is the only hater. That's really funny. Nightmare. I love it. I love it. I love it. That's what I thought the book said. Yeah, I'm gonna read that one last time. Yet so far have we come in historical times from the original concept of deity as female that, as Mary Daly writes, it should seem less blasphemous to refer to God as an it than as she. But doesn't the Bible also have some form of witchcraft in it too? Because if God is in all, wouldn't that track? Honestly, Vex Typher, I have to reread my Bible. The last time that I really deeply read the Bible was when I was a kid, going in church, and I have a Bible now that I study from time to time when Pickle Chips tells me to read it, but that's just kind of how that one goes. But anyway, continuing as we go. It says, perhaps the greatest trouble with the world today is that for some 2,000 or 3,000 years, and particularly in the past 1,500 years, mankind has been worshiping the wrong deity and pursuing the wrong ideals. When man substituted God for the great goddess, he at the same time substituted authoritarian for humanistic values. Man's relation to God became that of a child to its father, whose love and goodwill can be won only by blind obedience and conformity, as Fromm points out, whereas in the elder world, the man-God relationship had been that of the child to its mother, a mother whose love is unconditional and whose goodwill can be taken for granted. There's Christian, Jewish, and Islamic mysticism. They just don't call it witchcraft to avoid being associated with witchcraft. Interesting. 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 Let's see. It says, when the goddess of justice gave way to the god of vengeance, man became harsh and inhumane, and authoritarianism replaced compassion as the law of life. The dehumanization of modern society, so resented by modern youth, is the natural and predictable outgrowth of advanced patriarchalism. In our effort to conform with blind obedience to the demands of the vengeful God and his stern preceptors on earth, we have lost the arts of gentleness and concern. The indictments of, quote, witty, unquote, by African Americans, sorry, it says something way more offensive than that. It says by African Americans are indictments of not white or Caucasian racial characteristics, but of patriarchal traits: arrogance, self-interest, indifference to the suffering of others, authoritarianism, and the violent enforcement of man-made laws. That actually might be really on point with like anti-racist rhetoric. Hold on, I'm gonna reread that and break that down for us. It says, the indictments of, quote, whitey, unquote, by African Americans are indictments not of white or Caucasian racial characteristics, but of patriarchal traits: arrogance, self-interest, indifference to suffering of others, authoritarianism, and the violent enforcement of man-made laws. You know what? She's actually really close to something right there. This sentence is actually like, here's the point, and she like almost gets the point, right? The point is that the indictments of like African Americans in United States of America acting white is actually an act of assimilation for their survival in society, right? It's a mask. It's like a racial mask that is for their safety. Because if like white people sometimes like sniff out certain black people or like too black, like then they get like the negative associations of that stereotype, which is very, very much in tune with, yes, the patriarchal traits. But what Elizabeth, I think, fails to see in her book here with the patriarchal traits is that patriarchy, white supremacy, and capitalism are all three heads to the hydra, right, of the world that we live in under like the male centeredness, right, or the like male god, right? But it's like, you have to understand that it's also, this book is also a product of the time that it was written in as well, which is why I think Pickle Chips and my guardians like especially want me to like read this as well. Dragon Blinchy, welcome back to your daily dose of dragon feather. It says, I tried doing some research on Tiamat. I only got results from D&D. They called her the mother of evil dragons. Ooh, that is so wrong. But we're gonna get into some really good Tiamat stuff here. I think we're gonna have a couple little sneak peeksies at the end. That's why the name of this book is called what it's called. So stay tuned for all of the stuff we've been talking about today is pretty much leading up to Tiamat. So that is just a little teaser for you guys, a little foreshadowing for you guys. But yes, I'm gonna go ahead and agree with you guys about her language basically being kind of a barrier. Who said that? Yeah, Tragic Nostalgic. I believe language can be a barrier between the term witchcraft too. Yes, that is well, very, very well said, Tragic Nostalgic. I think that this is why Pickle Chips wants me to learn Arabic and some other languages really, really badly, so I can read things in certain languages and then understand it in a way to almost translate it myself, is kind of like the overall vague idea I'm getting, is that's what I should be attempting. But that's really far out there. I'm really trying my best. But yeah, it says patriarchal peoples place more importance in property rights than in human rights, and more emphasis on rigid moral conformity than on concepts of justice and mercy. Matriarchal societies, as studied by scholars from Morgan and Bakoffen to Milowalski and Mead, are characterized by a real democracy in which the happiness and fulfillment of the individual supersede all other objectives of society. There is a philosophy of live and let live in which the dignity of selfhood of each individual is respected and nurtured. Sexual morals are a matter of personal conscience, not of law, and, quote, illegitimate, unquote, children are unknown for the same reason that the Spartans denied the possibility of bastardy in ancient Sparta, that every child born of woman is a legitimate child. I love that. For anybody out there who has trauma from being called a bastard, because I know certain people who I used to have in my life had a lot of trauma from being called a bastard by their own fathers and mothers. It was really bad. But that's not true, because every child born of a woman is a legitimate child, so bastards don't exist. Okay? It says the same conflict between matriarchal and patriarchal values occur in the questions of abortion and capital punishment. In the matriarchal society, a woman's body is her own, and to her is left the decision whether to retain or expel the fetus within her. In classical Greece and Rome, which were matrilinear but not matriarchal or gynarchic societies, this privilege was retained by the women until the 4th century AD. It was Constantine, the first Christian emperor of Rome, who made induced abortion a crime, and so it has remained in the majority of Christian countries to the present time. Capital punishment also is a patriarchal institution, the inexorable law of an eye for an eye. Matriarchates are satisfied with the penitence of the murderer and the full compensation by him to the victim's dependents. But the patriarchs must have bloody vengeance, even if the execution of the culprit wreaks more havoc than benefit on the survivors of the victim. That's a lot to unpack in that too. This is kind of feeling a little biased towards Elizabeth's personal views. So, if that makes sense. It says, in the matriarchal view, the very right of society to establish arbitrary mores is questioned, and the right of law to enforce conformity to these mores is absolutely denied. One of the most shocking lapses of morality in the patriarchal view is manifested in the birth of fatherless babies. Throughout the patriarchal age, women have suffered outrageously for this breach of male property rights. Of their unfortunate babies have suffered even worse. Yet the only thing wrong with fatherless families, so deplored by present-day sociologists, is not that they are fatherless, but that the mothers do not have the support and approval of society. Bars, Elizabeth. Yet the only thing wrong with fatherless families, so deplored by the present-day sociologists, is not that they are fatherless, but that the mothers do not have the support and approval of society. In a normal, well-regulated, women-centered society, this would not be the case. The father is not at all necessary to a child's happiness and development. The voluminous writings on the subject by government and related social agency notwithstanding. For many millennia and many parts of the world, women did, and still do, bring up very fine children without the help of men. But in our patriarchal society, a manless woman is an object of scorn, and her children are either pitied or frowned upon. Thus it is our patriarchal mores alone that demanded a father in the home, not nature or the well-being of the child. Contrary to modern sociological tenets, it is not the father-dominated but the mother-centered home that is the happiest. If one asks a group of children who is, quote, boss, unquote, at home, those who answer, quote, mother, unquote, do so with a bouncy self-assurance, while those who answer, quote, dad, unquote, betray the telltale resentment borderline on hate, bespeaking the child's intuitive knowledge that this is a perversion of the natural order of things. Damn, that's a sentence. That in the home the mother should be the boss. When man ceases to be obedient to the lady of the house is turned upside down. When man ceases to be obedient to the lady of the house is turned upside down. quote, mom, unquote, has taken a terrific beating in the past few years, being blamed for everything from crime in the streets to slumps on the Wall Street. But the truth remains that mom is still feared, by far the greatest influence for good in life of every child, especially of her sons. One can hardly think of a great man in all of history who was not either fatherless entirely or was so cut off from his father for one reason or another as to have no contact with him in his formative years. Even in the few cases where there was a father present, it was the son who was the mother's favorite and who was most strongly influenced by her who became great. Quote, almost without exception, the presidents of the United States have been mama's boys, unquote. And so have the great statesmen from Pericles and Grouchy to Winston Churchill and Franklin D. Roosevelt. Interesting. It says, quote, the main contribution made by the fathers of great men is that they gave their wives and sons an unacceptable example of which had to be surpassed, unquote. In classical myth, the heroes and gods are reared exclusively by their mothers. The semi-historical Theseus was reared at Troezen by his mother and did not see his father Aegus until he was grown. It will be remembered that the great Achilles grew up among the women dressed in girls' clothes, and in the Homeric, quote, hymn to Hermes, unquote, Apollo relates that he was reared by the women and his father, quote, took no heed, unquote. The idea of feminine authority is so deeply embedded in the human subconscious that even after all the centuries of father right, the young child instinctively regards the mother as the supreme authority. He looks upon the father as equal with himself, equally subject to the woman's rule. Children have to be taught to love, honor, and respect the father, a task usually assumed by the mother. Generations of young mothers have been shocked and dismayed on discovering that their children have no instinctive regard for, quote, father, unquote. In nearly every child's experience, it is the mother, not the father, who loves all the children equally, stands by them without regard to their worth or lack of it, and forgives without reservation. These are attributes which in the New Testament are given to, quote, God the Father, unquote, but they are exclusively maternal qualities, not paternal. Loki was a rejected baby. That's, you know what? Maybe I need to mother Loki. Maybe Loki just needs a mama, like you know, like a kid, like a, you know what I mean? You know, just give him a little hug, you know. I don't know. Anyway, it says, quote, when nowadays we speak of God as Father, we strongly demit the sources of life, unquote, as Harrison says. Quote, the idea of motherhood produces a sense of universal fraternity among all men, which dies with the development of patriarchy, unquote. That is a beautiful sentence. Harrison says, quote, the idea of motherhood produces a sense of universal fraternity among all men, which dies with the development of patriarchy, unquote, writes Bakoffin. That was Bakoffin, not Harrison. My bad. It says the only nation in the world that calls its homeland the fatherland, as opposed to the mother country, is Germany, a land which demonstrated all the excesses latent in extreme patriarchy in the Nazi bloodbath of a few years past. That was a word, bro. That was a word, bro. It says, quote, the family based on father right is a closed organism, whereas the matriarchal family bears the typically universal character that stands at the beginning of all development, unquote. Quote, the optimistic conception of the next world characteristic of the early matriarchal peoples, unquote, writes Sibylle von Kles-Redden, quote, in which they believed in resurrection and the all-renewing blossom of the great goddess, seems subsequently to have given way to a gloomy pessimistic view of the hereafter. With the retreat of the maternal world and the appearance of the new male gods, the world grew uglier, the idea of destruction more dominant, and the hope of salvation dimmed, unquote. That's actually really sad, you guys. Quote, the relationship which stands at the origin of all culture, of every virtue, of every nobler aspect of existence is that between mother and child. It operates in a world of violence as the divine principle of love, of peace, of union. Paternal love appears much later. Woman is the source of all benevolence, all culture, all devotion, and of all concern for the living and grief for the dead, unquote. Pickle Chips has some points. They may seem to want to prove here. Male deities are arguing with Loki and can't focus. Loki needs to calm down. I can't focus. What's happening with Loki over here? I'm just trying to catch up with this chat. It says, I'm looking forward to the other dragon book from Reality's Flies. It says, they say cookies in Britain, they say biscuits, same thing. Oh, I see, it's like a difference of language. Male deities are arguing with Loki. Okay, Odin, Cernos, Lucifer defending Zerd, Loki's all like, fuck Zerd. I'm just trying to focus on the stream. Dude, this is so spicy. Okay. Okay, it says, quote, the relationship which stands at the origin of all culture, of every virtue, of every nobler aspect of existence. Oh, I think I already read that. I'm going to read it again. Of existence is that between mother and child. It operates in a world of violence as the divine principle of love, of peace, of union. Paternal love appears much later. Woman is the source of all benevolence, all culture, all devotion, and of all concern for the living and grief for the dead, unquote. Maternal love was not only the first kind of love. For many millennia, it was the only kind. When women, after she had tamed man, extended her love for her children to include their father, then perhaps man began to learn for the first time what love was. At least he learned to appreciate and be grateful for woman's love, even though he was not emotionally equipped to return it in kind. Woo, that's a fucking spicy sentence. It says, eventually he came to depend on woman's love as one of the basic necessities of life. Yet she is still trying to teach him what love really is. For, as Riek points out, when men speak of, quote, love, unquote, they are really talking about, quote, scrotal frenzy, unquote. She has a lot of spicy opinions, okay. Our modern society, writes Eisler, quote, is the result of the subjugation of an original frugivorous and agricultural population by hunters who thereafter mainly held the upper hand. The hunters, the robbers, the pirates are the conquerors, the wild men, who subdued the fruit growers all over the world, unquote. But the statesmen, the heroes, the saints are the fruit growers whose maternal genes prevailed in the inevitable commingling of the tribes. What? That scrotal frenzy. I don't know what that means. What are you trying to say? Yeah, I don't know what to say about those last two paragraphs. I'm just gonna let that one marinate with you and let you guys know that this is a book, okay? I didn't make this up. This is a book, okay? Yeah, glad we had that talk. It says, thus, quote, the masculine character of our civilization had its origins not in any innate difference in the sexes, but in the preponderance of force in the male, which is not at all bound up with the question of civilization, unquote. But it was this force, the acquired muscularity of the inferior sex, that led to the patriarchal revolution that is still being waged in the Western world and to the continuing decline of civilization. For, quote, so long as force is supreme, physical force of the individual, society is impossible, unquote. That's a lot, okay? Are you ready? I have to take another drink because this is just too much. This is just too much. I'm gonna let us, yeah. Damn, I'm not gonna be able to stay to the end. I got to get up early for my grandma's funeral. Oh, I'm so sorry, Luna. I'm wishing you all my energy, and I hope that your guardians are close with you, because that's probably going to be difficult, but I hope you know that when you're done and you come back that we will be here for you, so you do not have to feel alone. Thank you. It's going to be sad and painful mourning. She and I were so close. We're best friends. I hope you know that Pickle Chips tells me when we grieve the loss of our loved ones, it's because we're feeling our loved ones merge with our hearts instead of being there in front of us. I don't know if that's any like silver lining, but that honestly really helped me get over some of the losses in my life. So I hope that helps. The next section is called The Natural Superiority of Queens. It says, John Stuart Mill took note of the fact of the superiority of queens over kings and asked why female monarchs, although they had been a minority in historical times, had invariably proved better rulers than kings. Even the 18th century misogynist Montesquieu conceded that women made the best rulers. Quote, their very weaknesses generally give them more lenity and moderation qualifications, fitter for good administrations than severity and roughness, unquote. This strikes one as somewhat odd reasoning, but it shows that in the 18th century, just as today, women's virtues, quote, lenity and moderation, unquote, are characterized as, quote, weaknesses, unquote, rather than as the strong and desirable qualities that they really are, while men's, quote, severity and roughness, unquote, are made virtues, which they are not. As Ashley Montague says, unless men forego aggressive severity and roughness and adopt some of women's, quote, weaknesses, unquote, civilization is doomed. That is some spicy sauce. As an example of women's natural talent for rulership and administration in modern times, we need to go no further than Mill's own land, England. In the history of that great country, the greatest eras bear women's names. The Elizabethan age of discovery and expansion, both geographical and intellectual. The age of Queen Anne, when, quote, reason, unquote, triumphed in the rapid advancement of the sciences, arts, and letters. And the Victorian age of the Pax Britannica. Russia's greatest period prior to the Revolution of 1917 coincided with the reign of a queen, Catherine the Great, and Spain under Isabella achieved the position of world leadership it held in the 15th and 16th centuries. It was during the long regency of Queen Catherine de' Medici in 16th century that France rose to her status as the cultural and intellectual center of the world, a status maintained down to our own time. Quote, women rulers, unquote, writes Montesquieu, quote, succeeded alike in moderate and despotic governments as the example of England and Russia show, and in Africa and the Indies as they are very easy under female administration, unquote. Many writers have begrudgingly noted this phenomena and have attributed it to the fact that queens have better advisors than kings, which at least merits them a high rating and advisor pickers, if nothing else. The more likely answer, however, as Graves, Buffalt, Bakoven, James, Fuller, and others have observed, is that men's response better to women's rule. That the very idea of queendoms fulfills an ancient need in man and answers the atavastic longing for the old days of feminine authority, the golden age of queendoms when peace and justice prevailed on earth and the gods of war had not been born. Is Loki a god of war? I don't know. Zara, I hope you see this. Love you. Thanks for all you are and do. Huge hugs. I needed you and all you do. Thanks for all the love and support. Hugs all night. Oh, Lunar Rainbow, so much love to you. So much love to you. Yeah, thank you for telling me, Nightmare. I literally had no idea. So, spicy take. Yeah, honestly. It's getting too spicy. Yeah, you think this is really spicy? Like this is how much we've read, okay? This is how much we have left in the book, and when we get to about like here, it gets really spicy, okay? Like so spicy I have to like omit a lot of it. Okay, good. Glad we can confirm Loki is not a god of war. Thank you. Just so you know, Loki, I'm learning about you today. It says, the next little section is called matrilineal. It says, quote, men feared, adored, and obeyed the matriarch, unquote. She took lovers, but for her pleasure, not to provide her children with a father, a commodity earlier women saw no need for. Once the relevance of coition to childbirth was recognized by men as well as by women, the status of men gradually improved. The tribal queen or matriarch then chose a consort who, quote, acquired executive power only when permitted to deputize for the queen, unquote. When the king was thus deputized for the queen, he wore her robes, padded himself with false breasts, and, as a symbol of power and authority, borrowed the queen's lunar axe, the Cretan royal symbol, as well as the emblem of gynecracy throughout the ancient world. The king continued to hold his position only by right of marriage to the hereditary queen, and the throne remained matrilinear even in the late historical times, long after the triumph of patriarchy. Quote, the king remained under the queen's tutelage, unquote, writes Graves, quote, long after the matriarchal phase had passed, unquote, and the long after the queens had been replaced by kings. Quote, the king derived his right, unquote, not from his father, but from his mother or wife. Quote, he takes a wife not to beget heirs, for his sons will not succeed him. He takes a wife in order to gain power, unquote, and to legalize his right to the throne. The king was always chosen from outside the royal family, the succession going from queen to daughter, and, quote, the king's coronation consisting entirely in his marriage ceremony with the queen, unquote. Kings by marriage eventually sought ways to retain the throne and devised numerous schemes to this end. This is about to get weird. Incest within the royal family became one method, the king on decrease of his wife marrying his own daughter, the heir, or arranging for his son to marry her, which accounts for the widespread custom of sister-brother marriages among royal families of historical times. The Romans established the Vestial College to contain the heiresses and to discourage outsiders from attempts on the matrilineal throne through marriage of the royal ladies. That this ploy did not always succeed is attested by the case of the Vestal Virgin Rhea Silvia, one who, in spite of all precautions, became the mother of King Romulus. In Palestine, King David, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine. How many times does this fucking book reference Palestine? Cheers, free Palestine, my friends. If you have not already donated, I am sponsoring a family in Gaza. Please click the link on my channel page to donate because YouTube censors my streams if I have those links in the description. So just a reminder, please go help Omar and Mara. They are the family I am sponsoring. So cheers, help me bring my friends and family home. In Palestine, King David established the royal harem for the same purpose, to isolate the women of the rightful royal house of Saul to preserve the monarchy in his own family. Quote, the widespread law of female descent lies deep in the history of society, unquote, writes Taylor. It was only natural that in a world where paternity was unknown, inheritance should have been confined to the female line. But this maternal priority does not explain why a woman's sons, certainly as certifiably her own children as her daughters, were excluded from the inheritance. Nor does it explain why this matrilineal inheritance or matrilineal should have continued as it did long after the establishment of patriarchy and well into historical times. Quote, a gens, unquote, says Morgan, quote, consisted of a female ancestor and her children, together with the children of her daughters and of her female descendants through females in perpetuity. The children of her sons and of her male descendants through males were excluded, unquote. Interesting. Quote, descendants in the female line, unquote, wrote Ernest Kernikist, quote, occurs to be this day in India. It existed among the ancient Egyptians and beyond the confines of the East. It appears among the Etruscans. the Cretans, the Lycians, and among the Athenians, it would be an error, unquote, warns this patristic 19th century Teuton. Quote, to mistake the custom as an homage offered to the female sex. It is rather rooted in primitive custom and primordial society, unquote. Herodotus's account of matrilineal among the Lycians, oops, sorry, I just hit this. Yeah, why were the female royalty always treated secondary? I don't know, Gen X, but we're about to find out, I think. It says, I'm sorry, hold on, it just says, it is rather rooted in primitive custom and primordial society. Herodotus's account of matrilineal among the Lycians of his day is well known, but 3 centuries after Herodotus, Polybius reports that Locris, near neighbor to Attican Athens, matrilineal prevailed even at the late date. Quote, the Locrians themselves have assured me that all nobility of ancestry among them is derived from women and not from men, unquote. The universality of matrilineal among all peoples is indicated by the fact that it still survives in the 20th century AD in Oceania, that vast area of the world where matriarchal customs have survived into our own time. Quote, according to the legal principles of the Malaysians, only people descendant in the female line from the original ancestress are entitled to the rights of citizenship, hereditary rights to territory, etc., unquote, reports Malinowski. And Mantegazza writes, quote, before the advent of the Christian missionaries, the Polynesians were a typically matriarchal people. Women were legally in a position a great deal superior to that of the men. The descendant and inheritance were in the female line, unquote. According to Buck, these conditions still prevail in Polynesian, Samoa, and Tonga. Benedict reports similar customs among the Zuni native tribes of North America. Spelled Z-U-N-I. I hope I said that right. The many myths and fairy tales of fair maidens who, like the Sleeping Beauty, are locked up in towers or dungeons or guarded by fierce dragons have their basis in the universal institution of matrilineal. Please don't believe everything I say in this book because it's not all true, okay? There's some good, fair points that are really factually important for me to read to you, but there's also a lot of fucking weird shit in here too, okay? But this is crazy. The many myths and fairy tales of fair maidens who, like the Sleeping Beauty, are locked up in towers or dungeons or guarded by fierce dragons have their basis in the universal institution of matrilineal. The fair maiden is always the hereditary princess with whose hand in marriage will go the kingdom, to the deprivation of her male relatives, who therefore seek to keep her single. The equally prevalent fairy tale theme of the landless young prince who woos the princess with her wins the kingdom is also a memorial to matrilineal. The landless young prince is the disinherited scion of a matrilineal dynasty who must go and seek his fortune elsewhere through marriage to an heiress, while his sister stays at home upon the throne and chooses among competing suitors for her hand and for her lands. Take that as an alternative, like, take for The Princess and the Castle. A lot of people will argue that the princess movies are to dumb down the women to accepting, you know, like love and marrying men and giving their power away to men, which yes, I agree there is symbolism there, but I also think this is a very interesting take for that. Strabo, writing in the 1st century of our era, reports that Cantabarians, like the Egyptians, limited inheritance to the daughters who, quote, had the obligation to supply their brothers with dowries, unquote. Interesting. And Diodorus Siculus, a few years later, stated that in his time, quote, only the daughters inherit in Egypt, unquote. And Lydia, Lyca, and Caria, also in late historical times, the daughter inherited no matter how many brothers she may have had. So here I'm gonna add some thought to this. If it says that it says, quote, only the daughters inherit in Egypt, unquote. Let's remember that the people of ancient Egypt were black people. And if Egypt was a, quote, woman's country, unquote, then it would be black women who are ruling Egypt. And of course they're gonna demonize black women who are angry, because black women who are angry have fucking power. And we continue. Just wanted to offer that to all y'all out there. It says, in Lyca, King Bellerophon was succeeded by his daughter Laodamia, to exclusion of his many sons. And in Lydia, in the 6th century BC, Candule's queen murdered her husband and put her lover Aegages on the throne, proving once again that the throne went to the queen and not with her consort. The Trojan War was fought over Helen, not because Menelaus was a jealous husband, but because Helen was the hereditary queen without whose consent no king could reign in Lacedaemon. As late as the 5th century BC, Persian kings were made by marriage to the royal princess. Herodotus tells us that the great King Cyrus was, quote, the son of a common father, unquote, and a, quote, a Persian subject lowly in all respects, yet he had married the royal daughter of the king Astyages, unquote, and had thus become king of Persia. His successor Darius also won the title by virtue of marriage to Atossa, the daughter of Cyrus. When Darius died in his turn, it was not his eldest son, Artabazanes, who became king, but the boy Xerxes, son of Queen Atossa by former unroyal husband. Candace was the name or title of the hereditary queen of Nubia from the time of Herodotus to the time of Diocasus, a span of nearly 800 years. Strabo, writing in the year 7 BC, describes the Candace of his time, whom he had actually seen as, quote, a masculine sort of woman blind in one eye, unquote. Strabo goes on to report that this one-eyed queen personally led 10,000 troops in battle against the Roman governor of Egypt, Publius Petronius. Candace is mentioned by Pliny the Elder and by Seneca in AD 62. Seneca's Candace is no doubt the one mentioned in the Acts of the Apostles, where Philip's conversion of, quote, a eunuch, a great authority under Candace the queen, unquote, is discussed. Nubia, ancient Ethiopia, modern Sudan, in ancient times, was a colony of Egypt populated by Egyptians. Like I said, I don't necessarily know the validity of these, like, claims, but, like, for every single, like, historical claim, there are footnotes here in the book, and when we're done going through all the book, I'm going to go through the footnotes in the book, and we're going to go through what the footnotes are about and which books they come from and which quotes come from where, just so we really do a thorough breakdown of this book. When you read literature like this, in the day and age that we're in, where social media is fast, quick, and TikTok-y, swipe up, you know, kind of thing, like it's very highly edited, very highly rage baity, and very wanting you to be emotionally triggered to engage with it. Content like this, especially when it's such sensitive material, needs to be engaged with time and care, because that's exactly like what needs to be done, you know, with things like this. It deserves that kind of respect and reverence, you know, like, because studying, you know, texts like this that are sensitive is a sacred art, and it must be held with sacred regard, and I don't want people to get it twisted, okay? So I hope that makes sense. This stuff may be wild but very interesting to listen to. Hell yeah. Weren't some women sent to a nunnery so the males could take power? I believe that's possible, Gen X. Damn, historical truth bombs are, yeah, dude, it's pretty intense. Let's get back to this. It says, let's see. Legend Okay, hold on. It says, it was a Phoenician queen, Dido, who founded the great city-state of Carthage and reigned over it until her death, followed by a succession of queens descended in direct line from her. Legend and Virgil say that one of her queen daughters was fathered by Aeneas on his way to Italy after the Trojan War, and that it was Aeneas's refusal to remain in Carthage and become the consort that caused the beautiful Dido to throw herself from the walls of her city. However that may be, the gynarchy of Carthage some centuries later may have been the cause of Cato's obsession with the idea that Carthage must be destroyed. Carthago delendum est, with which vowed he closed his every Senate speech. Cato was a rabid anti-feminist and was responsible for the Voconian laws of the late Republic, which temporarily deprived Roman women of some of their ancient rights and privileges. Temporarily, because the laws were repealed under the Empire and were not reinstated until the Christian era, but then in a much harsher form. In modern Ghana, neighbor to ancient Carthage, quote, like Dido, the queen of the Akan, gave wielded power since times beyond memory, and like the Phoenician and Carthaginian goddess, Tanit, the Akan goddess Naam, gave birth to the universe without a male partner, unquote. And that is a reference to, I'm pretty sure you guessed it, Tiamat the Dragon. Okay, in Egypt, as in the rest of the ancient world, the throne descended through the female line, the husband of the heiress becoming pharaoh. It was for this reason that brother-sister marriages were the rule rather than the exception in the Egyptian royal family, but the brother reigned only with the consent of the heir, his sister wife. Cheers. I'm sorry to ask, but what is the author's last name? I'm looking for that book on Kindle Unlimited. Yes, Gen X spelled it correctly. It's such a good book. I really hope you guys read this one because it's fucking insane. Let's see. Occasionally, the legitimate heir refused to give her consent, as was the case with Nitocris of 6th dynasty, who Manetho tells us reigned as absolute monarch, and as was probably the case with the unknown Lady of Saqqara, who recently discovered tomb proclaims her to have been a powerful and mighty pharaoh in her day. Such also was the case with Queen Hatshepsut, daughter of Thutmose I, who was married first to her older brother and then, on his death, to her younger brother. During both of these marriages, Hatshepsut reigned supreme as pharaoh, and her long and glorious reign is recognized to have been one of Egypt's finest hours. Velikovsky very interestingly and persuasively identifies her with the Queen of Sheba who visited Solomon. Upon Hatshepsut perhaps having married his niece, I skipped a line. Upon Hatshepsut's death, her brother husband ascended the throne as Thutmose III, perhaps having married his niece, and immediately launched his country into a series of bloody wars of conquest. Rawlinson and Jane Breasted, both of whom should have known better, consider the reign of Hatshepsut to have been constituted an act of usurpation. Breasted calls her, quote, aggressive, unquote, and her seizure of the throne, quote, an enormity, unquote. And Rawlinson describes her as a, quote, a woman of great energy, of masculine mind, clever, vindictive, and unscrupulous, unquote. Yet the evidence for matrilineal succession was plain and unequivocal even in their day. Both of these Victorian scholars, bred in these patriarchal tradition of incapacity of women, to paraphrase a famous lady, were incapable of recognizing it, naturally assuming that women had always been the non-entities the Victorian male had molded them into, and that therefore the Thutmoses, the second and third, had been wrongfully bilked of their rights by their sister. 20th century scholars, however, have seen the truth and have openly acknowledged it, as did the ancients. The very last of the pharaohs, Cleopatra, queen of Egypt in the century preceding the Christian era, was also married to her brother, but it was she who was recognized as pharaoh and absolute ruler of her nation. It was with her that Antony and Caesar default in their attempts to win Egypt over to their opposed causes in the Roman Civil War. And it was she who incidentally was purebred blonde Macedonian Greek, and not the sultry half-breed which modern sociologists and cinema Mongols would have her. That feels a little Nazi. Who led her fleet to the Battle of Actium. Octavian, who won the battle and for the victory was proclaimed emperor, as Augustus was the cognatic nephew, on the female side that is, of Julius Caesar. And Augustus himself was succeeded years later on the imperial throne by the descendants of his wife, Livia, his own agnatic relatives being left out of it. Nazi ideals, incest, and foreskin worms. This book is something else. I know, Nightmare Fuel Studios. It's insane. I can't even believe what I'm reading these days. It says, Livy tells us that the first Roman tribes were headed by women, and Tacitus that the great Claudian imperial family was descended from a glorious ancestress, Claudia Quintina, whose shrine was revered in his own time. Marcus Aurelius became emperor through marriage to Faustina, daughter of Faustina the elder and Antonius Pius. The younger Faustina was a great adulteress, but Marcus Aurelius refused to take the advice of the Senate and divorced her because, he said, quote, if I part from Faustina, I shall have to part from her dowry, which is the Roman Empire, unquote. Elizabeth said it, I didn't. It is a sad commentary on the, quote, improvement, unquote, in morals introduced by Christianity that only 2 centuries after Marcus Aurelius, the first Christian emperor Constantine, boiled his innocent young wife alive on mere suspicion of adultery. Welp. And Constantine's misogyny is a long leap indeed from ancient Sumer, where it was decreed that a man caught in adultery must die, but that the woman should go free. Quote, she shall make affirmation of her innocence and shall return in peace to her house, unquote, reads the text. Quote, and her husband shall welcome her, unquote, as the law decrees. Constantine himself, like Marcus Aurelius, was a beneficiary of matrimony, having won the emperor by virtue of his marriage to Fausta, the daughter of Emperor Maximian. Matrimony prevailed in Europe among all ranks of the people until the late Middle Ages, when Teutonic and or church law finally triumphed over the old Celto-Roman legal system. Henry Hallam points out that daughters succeeded to lands and titles on an equal basis with sons as late as the 14th century in France, despite the Salic law of the Teutonic Franks that excluded females in direct descent. Montesquieu suggests that the Salic law has been misread by modern historians. Quote, if daughters had been generally debarred by the Salic law from the inheritance of land, unquote, he writes, quote, it would be impossible to explain the histories, formularies, and charters which are continually mentioning the lands and possessions of the females, unquote. We had shit as women back in the day. It is significant that even under the Salic law, which favored sons over daughters, sisters took precedence over brothers, and mothers' sisters over fathers' sisters. Quote, the sister of the mother, unquote, writes Montesquieu, quote, was a tie that had in it something most tender, unquote. Thus we see that sister priority, which we have found prevailing from modern Polynesia to ancient Celtic Europe, prevailed also among the, quote, barbarous Germans, unquote. Yikes. As Montesquieu dubs them. If the sural relationship is endowed, even in historical times, by the anti-feminist Germans with an aura of sanctity, how much more sacred must have been that the mother and How much more sacred must have been that of the mother and the daughter before the lineary, closer relationships had been found to threaten the property rights of the male. Among the Franks and the Saxons, Teutonic peoples, both daughters inherited where there were no sons, and the daughter had precedence over the son's son. Patrilineal inheritance and female exclusion, so taken for granted in modern society, are in reality very recent innovations. Yet the heartbreak they have caused is incalculable. The lasting grief of Victoria Sackville West, who in 1925 could not inherit her beloved ancestral home, Knoll, because the law decreed that a distant male relative of her father's had precedence over the daughter, had been mentioned often. This injustice was accepted by most as an immutable law. Yet only a few hundred years ago, under Saxon law, Lady Victoria would have been considered the natural and rightful heir of her father and of his title and estates. Damn, Daniel. In the United States, where we have never had entailed estates, the Virginia Declaration of Rights banned them in colonial times, it is nonetheless customary for the son to inherit the bulk of his father's wealth and property as the scion who will, quote, carry on the name, unquote, an absurdity unequaled in the long annals of human absurdities. This might explain why a lot of men will be so obsessed with having a legacy nowadays, is because that is such a new concept that is already dying out, that like just was really never a thing, that like of course they're gonna be obsessed with it. If they're not obsessed with it, it dies into antiquity. Like that makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you, Pickle Chips, for giving me this book, because what the fuck. Pickle Chips is correcting me, saying that my whole spirit team were waiting for me to be ready to read this book. So Pickle Chips did not give me this book, okay? It was a spirit team effort here. I just wanted to clarify that. Oh my goodness. It says, for what is this, quote, name, unquote. The daughters as well as their sons are born with it, and in a just society the daughters and their children could retain and perpetuate it. Perpetuate it, as they so often did in the Middle Ages, and as far back in history as one cares to go. Even as late as the 18th century, the great name of Churchill was perpetuated through the daughter, not the son, of the first Duke of Marlborough. It was her children who retained and carried on the ducal title and the Churchill name, their father's name of Spencer taking second place and finally being virtually dropped by the greatest of Churchills, Sir Winston. Modern law of the past few centuries had diminished the status of women even below that of Teutonic women of the barbarous Germans of the late Middle Ages, and far below that of the Celts, among whom, as Tacitus wrote, quote, no distinction of sex was made in their successions, unquote. Even among the Hebrews, matrilineal prevailed into historical times, as the Old Testament, albeit unintentionally, reveals. All right, we're about to get into a lot of tea. It's going to get a little Islamophobic and a little anti-Semitic again. I hope you're okay. But this is the last section of chapter 7, okay? And it's called Matrilineal in the Bible. So I'm sure you guys can all understand how intense this is about to get. It says, quote, Sarah ranked higher than her husband Abraham, unquote. Say the legend of the Jewish people. Abraham owed his flocks and his herds, as well as his position as tribal chief, to his wife Sarah. It is clear from the legends, though not so clear from the book of Genesis, that Sarah was the Chaldean princess who conferred status on Abraham by marrying him. That she was the more important personage is hinted at in the Old Testament and made abundantly clear in the legends. The legends of the Jews, that is in italics, so I think saying Jews is a slur, so I'm trying to avoid it when the book says it, but it says, is a compilation of old Jewish traditions that survived in the minds of the people after the Pentateuch had been submitted to drastic editing by the later patriarchs and presents, therefore, a far more accurate view of earlier Judaism. In the legends, it is said that, quote, the death of Sarah was a great loss to her country. So long as she was alive, all went well in the land. After her death, confusion ensued, unquote. The confusion does not ensue on the death of a mere consort. The fact that Abraham was the, quote, mere consort, unquote, his tribe was originally the tribe of Sarah, and it was told to her that the alleged promise of God was given, that she was found a great nation. According to the legends, when Sarah was informed that Abraham was up in the hills preparing to sacrifice Isaac, or Israel, as he came to be called, quote, she turned to stone, unquote, and died on the spot. Why is dying on the spot immediately following the mention of Israel? I just find that a little curious. I'm not saying anything. Okay, it says, thus she never knew that God had stayed the hand of Abraham and that her son lived. The Jewish people acquired their names, quote, Israelites, unquote, not from father Abraham, but from Sarah's son Isaac, or Israel. In a patrilinear society, the son's name would not have replaced the father's, and the Hebrews would have been known as the Abrahamites, not the Israelites. It was only in matrilineal societies that the mother's name was later superseded by the son's. Talmudic scholars, Jewish rabbis, all have long acknowledged that the matriarchs Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah were more important persons than their consorts Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Yet post-exilic patriarchal editors of the Old Testament concealed the fact very successfully. For that reason, it is curious that at least one important queen of Israel was allowed to retain her rank and importance in the Old Testament. Deborah was left as she had always been, quote, with dominion over the mighty, unquote. In the Old Testament book of Judges, Deborah is a judge in Israel, and she herself proclaims her status as head of the tribe. I, Deborah, arose a mother in Israel, unquote. Quote, the children of Israel came to her for judgment, unquote, says the book of Judges 4:4. She sent for her general Barak and ordered him into battle at the head of 10,000 against Sisera in Canaanite. She was thus not only judge and chief of the tribes of Israel, but she was also commander-in-chief of the armies and reigning queen of her people. The portion of the Old Testament probably gives an accurate picture of the ancient queendoms, yet Deborah's reign occurred well within historical times, in the first millennium BC. Christian Bible commentators, horrified at the idea of a reigning queen in historic Israel, have transformed or transferred the judgeship to Barak and gave Deborah a mere, quote, prophetess, unquote, subservient to Barak. But that is not the way the Bible tells it, and in this case, at least, the Bible can be trusted to be accurate. And so, why was Deborah's story unchanged by the patriarchal editors? The answer is simple. The story of Deborah is left whole and unedited because it contains the Jewish people's most prized literary gem, the Song of Deborah, an earliest artistic product of a semi-literate people. Is this true? I'm not sure if this is accurate or if this is like anti-Semitic. So that is something I will have to just deep dive on, like brush up my knowledge on so I can read this better. It says, the later editors would no more have tampered with this poem than modern editors would alter a word of the Hamlet soliloquy. Other, and perhaps more important, queens might be sacrificed to the cause of male supremacy, but not Deborah and her song. Sigmund Freud was, quote, astonished, unquote, his word, to hear that as late as the 5th century BC, a Jewish colony in Upper Egypt near Elephantine was still worshipping the ancient and original Jewish deity, the goddess Anat. If Freud had been acquainted with his own national literature, he may have been even more astonished to have read in the book of Judges that about the time of Homer a queen had ruled in Israel. With all their horror of incest, the Jewish people yet married their female relatives for dynastic reasons, as in the cases of Nahor and Jochebed, who married their respective aunts. Their fathers, not their mothers, sisters, be it noted. For among the early Hebrews, as in all ancient societies, kinship was counted only through the mother. The paternal kin was not considered blood relatives. For this reason, marriage between siblings of the same father but different mothers was not considered incest. Weird. As Demosthenes, the great orator, I'm gonna just spell this. It says Demosthenes, the great orator of classical Greece, said of one of his clients, quote, he legally married his sister, she not being his sister by the same mother, unquote. The New Testament, as well as in the Old Testament, matrilineal again rears her august head, in spite of all the editor's efforts to lop it off. For it is obvious that genealogy of Jesus offered in the Gospel of Matthew was originally and correctly the genealogy not of Joseph but of Mary. Jesus owed his authority and his royal blood to his mother Mary, who was, quote, a descendant of the tribe of Judah and the royal house of David, unquote. Jesus owed his authority and his royal blood to his mother Mary, who was, quote, a descendant of the tribe of Judah and the royal house of David, unquote. That sentence feels good to say. I'm going to say it one more time. Jesus owed his authority and his royal blood to his mother Mary, who was a, quote, descendant of the tribe of Judah and the royal house of David, unquote. What in the cinnamon toast was going on back then? Yeah, Alfred, I would like to know. My question exactly. It says, only Luke's gospel mention Mary's lineage, the other gospels having transferred Mary's genealogy to Joseph. Yet Joseph, in Christian belief, had no part in Jesus' conception. How then could Jesus have traced his Davidic ancestry through Joseph, who was not his father? Yeah, I thought Jesus was like a miracle baby, like Mary was a virgin who gave birth to Jesus, like, so Jesus's father lineage is divine, right? Like that makes Jesus like God's son, but then his human lineage would be Mary's royal lineage of Judah and descendant of the tribe of Judah and the royal house of David. Spicy. The elaborate genealogy of Joseph as reconstructed in Matthew, seeming to outline the descendant of Jesus and ending lamingly with, quote, Matin begat Jacob, and Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, whom was born Jesus, unquote, reminds one of the old, quote, rube, unquote, joke. The rube is directing a lost traveler to his hotel, and after intricate and lengthy directions, the rube ends lamely, quote, there is a hotel there, but it ain't it, unquote. Neither was Joseph, quote, it, unquote. According to the lore of the New Testament, the legends of Jesus and Mary perpetuated by word of mouth by their own neighbors, quote, Matin begat Anna, who bore Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who was called the Christ, unquote. And this genealogy makes a great deal more sense than the biblical one, which traces David's descendants to a dead end and Joseph, quote, the husband of Mary, unquote. In the legends, Herod is blamed for having destroyed Mary's family records in order to conceal the royal blood of Jesus. It is far more likely, however, that the transference of Mary's family tree to Joseph is the result of later editing by scribes ordered to, quote, play Mary down, unquote, in accordance with the new Pauline Christian doctrine of the unimportance and expendability of women. And that is the end of chapter 7, as well as the end of part 1 of this book. That's interesting. Jesus got ousted by his own family member. It's true. Yeah, Isanator, you got that right. More like half human in my perspective. Yeah, Alfred Cordova, that sounds right. Like it's called like almost like a demigod or a demiurge, I think. This book is a mind F. Yeah, it is a mind fuck for sure. I'm gonna take a break because we do have one more chapter. Pickle Chips really wanted me to read you guys 3 chapters. That was 2 chapters. So please, kind of just like take like maybe a quick, okay, we gotta just, okay, like a, okay. Okay. Jesus loved me because Jesus told me he owes his authority and his royal blood to his mother Mary, who was, quote, a descendant of the tribe of Judah and the royal house of David, unquote. Thank you very much for watching. Welcome back to your daily dose of dragon feather, Mado. And if you're new here, welcome, and please consider subscribing because we are a channel that likes to discuss and explore all religions from all perspectives in a very respectful, civilized way, so everybody feels loved. Can you guys hear the helicopter? Because it's a little ooky spooky. I want it to go away. So while I'm waiting for it to go away, my brain is full to bursting. SpongeBob. I love SpongeBob. Alfred Cordova. Okay, are we ready? Part 2. This part is gonna be where we get into a little bit deeper, and it's gonna be a little bit harder to stomach. Okay, we're gonna take a step deeper into the more offensive, more triggering stuff. Okay, Mado, I hope you know I have a lot of wards around me against people praying for me outside of my consent. You do what thou will, but I just felt the need to warn you. We have part 2, the patriarchal revolution. It is perhaps in a spirit of revenge that man has for so many centuries made woman his slave. Edward Carpenter. All right, we're in part 2, guys. Are you ready? Yeah, it takes a breath. Thank you, Gen X. We're all gonna take a breath. Okay, it says, why would Herod have, wait, what'd you say? It says, why would have Herod been one who destroyed the records? If anything, he would want more records to disprove the deity aspect. Interesting. I've always theorized Jesus was a demigod. Me too, Nightmare Fuel. Let's go. Woo, let's go. I've got my trail mix and jams. Woohoo! Ooh, Bismillah. How do you, I'm not sure how I say that one. But if we have, Muslim friends in the chat, assalamu alaikum. Welcome friends, welcome brothers, welcome sisters. We are actually getting into a really interesting chapter that's going to talk a lot about, I think perhaps we might talk about Islam in this one a little bit. We're talking about Christian stuff in this one, chapter 8, okay? Ready? That's why, I think this is why Tiamat wanted me to wear the horns, okay? I'm a Muslim. Oh, hello, welcome. We read the Quran on this channel too. My dragons tell me to read the Quran. So we are reading chapter 8. Ready? The Ram versus Bull. I just want to say that this is a book, okay? I'm reading for those of you guys who just jumped in here. It says The First Sex, Elizabeth. It's the book called The First Sex by Elizabeth Gold Davis. Okay, it says, chapter 8, Ram versus Bull. The strictness of the patriarchal stem points to an older system that had to be combated and suppressed. J.J. Bakofen. The Taurian Age and the Aryan Ages. In India in the 18th century after Christ, there existed a megalith reminiscent of ancient gynecratic women's mysterious ways with stone carved in the form of a gigantic bull. Richard Payne Knight, an 18th century traveler in India, describes this megalithic bull as he saw it at Tanjore late in the 1700s. It is a statue of a bull lying down, hewn with great accuracy out of a solid piece of hard granite, which must have been conveyed by land from the distance of some 100 or more miles, although its weight in its present reduced state must have been at least 100 tons. Even the flexible perseverance had habitually industry of the natives of the country could scarcely have accredited it without far greater knowledge, author's italics, and practical mechanics than they now possess. That particular line is very, what's it say? It's at this line, it says, even the flexible perseverance, habitual industry of the natives of the country could scarcely have erected it without far greater knowledge, author's italics, and practical mechanics than they now possess. That is very like Nazi type, anti-Semitic, white supremacy type of language. Just wanted to call that out there. It says, the bull and phallus, symbols of generation, are infallible indications of the presence of gyarchic societies. For even if men in ancient times knew nothing about the male role in procreation, it is obvious that women did. Both Malinowski and A.M. Hocart say that the Trobarenders that although the men did not connect intercourse with impregnation, the women evidently did, and kept the secret from the men in order to preserve their independence. Ooh. This is not the Bible. This is called The First Sex by Elizabeth Gold Davis, but this is what I would consider my Bible as a draconic witch. I kind of came into contact with this book through the help of my dragon guardians. I identify as a draconic witch and I follow the help of dragon spirits. Some people would worship gods. I know Muslims worship Allah. Some people worship like goddesses, or they work with their ancestors, or they work with spirits, etc. I work with dragons. So that's kind of how this book found its way to me, is all the dragon stuff. So that's why we're talking about God being Tiamat, the dragon, today. We're about to get into it, but how is God a dragon? Let's figure it out, because I have no idea. Let's see. It says that the largest likeness of a bull yet discovered should have been found in India is curious, for according to myth and tradition, India was the first civilized nation to switch from mother right to father right. I am not sure how accurate these things are, okay? So we're just reading the book, but there are footnotes for some of the information left here. But because it is such an old book, you guys, please know some of the information in here is very dated. It says that the bull of Tanjore then must have been extremely ancient, dating from a time before Rama. Rama, the distant Aryan, we're told by Fabre d'Ovelet, converted India from gynarchy and goddess worship to patriarchy and god worship about 3,000 years before our era. That, I'm pretty sure, is Nazi language. I'm pretty sure that's a Nazi reference. But if not, I'm not too sure. But my intuition and pickle chips is telling me that's Nazi language. It says, before Rama, all women were regarded as divine beings in whose province fell law and justice, religion, philosophy, poetry, music, and all the finer aspects of life. Rama, however, the first patriarchal hero, resented the power and authority of the women, and unable to overthrow them in his native land, somewhere in Anatolia or southern Europe, he departed his country and wandered into India. Perhaps Rama came from Thrace, that mysterious center of the ancient civilization whence Orifice and later to bring the long-lost knowledge of the plurality of worlds and the sun-centered universe, and where Philip and Macedon was to find evidence in the 5th century BC of a great forgotten technology far surpassing anything the Greeks were capable of. If Rama had been an early rebel against the original gynocracy and had been expelled from his homeland for this reason, the Rama myth in both Europe and India would be explained. In European myth, Rama sought to abolish the ancient priestess, druid colleges, and establish a male priesthood. In this effort, he set up the ram as his symbol and made it the rallying point for his masculist followers. The Ramites were warned against the people of the bull, the feminist people, but were defeated, and Rama led his people out of Europe into India. It's about to get really, really deep. We also respect Mary in the Quran. Yes, I actually really started to understand who Jesus or Isa really was when I started to read the Quran. Mashallah, honestly. If it wasn't for my dragon guardians, I would never have picked up the Quran and read it. So shout out to my dragons, especially Pickle Chips, who told me how to read it. It says, throughout the ancient world, the ram became the symbol of patriarchy, just as the bull was that of matriarchy. It is a curious fact that according to astrology, the age of the bull, the Taurian age, coincided historically with the last 2,000 years of the Gynaearchates, 4,000 to 2000 BC. While the Aryan age, the age of Aries, the ram, coincided with the age that immediately preceded the Christian era, the time of the Patriarchal Revolution. The Piscean age, the age of the fish, embraced the Christian era, the 2,000-year period from which we are now emerging, and it is therefore appropriate that the fish became the symbol of Christianity. But the fish was also the symbol of the great goddess Tiamat and of her cities, Ur and Nevaeh. Shout out to Tiamat, shout out to Tiamat, shout out to Tiamat, a dragon goddess queen too. Shout out to Tiamat, shout out to Tiamat, shout out to Tiamat, the dragon goddess queen. Okay, ready? It says, but the fish was also the symbol of the great goddess Tiamat and of her cities Ur and Nevaeh. Leave fish emojis and dragon emojis in the chat for Tiamat. It says, may we surmise from this that the previous Piscean age, 26,000 or 52,000 or even 104,000 years ago, saw the birth of civilization under the goddess, and that an equally remote Taurian age had seen the flowering of Atlantis? For Plato says that in Atlantis the bull was sacred, and that the Atlanteans performed a bull dance similar to that celebrated in Crete, where the bull was also revered. Further, the chief city of Atlantis, according to Plato, was Poseidonia, named for the god who was son of Potnia, the great goddess of Crete. And of course, Crete was the last surviving world power of the Gynaecratic Taurian age. The ram symbolized the patriarchal, unsettled society of herders and hunters, the rejects of civilized queendoms. It is not by chance, therefore, that the shepherd analogy abounds in the Old Testament, or that the, quote, golden calf, unquote, was the object of such anathema in the prophets of Israel, symbolizing, as it did, the feminine power with which the nomadic people were at war. Even in the New Testament, the ram analogy is carried on, for Jesus is called a shepherd and his followers sheep. It was these Ramites, the nomadic shepherds, as we have seen, who overthrew the established agricultural communities in the Near East and ushered in the first historical Dark Age. And it was the shepherd kings, the Hyksos, who destroyed the advanced civilization of ancient Gynaecratic Egypt. It was the shepherd king David who finally conquered an intellectually superior Philistines. And it was Abel, the keeper of flocks, who was the real hero and the eyes of the Semitic authors of Genesis, while Cain, the husbandman and settler-tiller of the soil, was the villain. There's a lot in there, okay? There was a lot in that one. I just want to say, I am curious if the mention of Philistines in here is a reference to Palestine. If it is, free Palestine. If not, my bad, that's a mistranslation, but still free Palestine. And then we just have you know, just maybe perhaps, maybe there's perhaps a touch of anti-Semitic rhetoric in that. Maybe there's a touch of Islamophobia in here, but we're getting there. Yes, I always suspected Lucifer had a draconic form. Pickle Chips tells me that Lucifer does have a draconic form, which is why I should only work with Lucifer very carefully, but I'm not ready yet. Anyway, it says, next we are at Cain and Abel. That's like the next little section here, okay? It says, the biblical story of Cain and Abel. Oh, I think I'm wrong. Hold on. Yes, I'm wrong. I missed a little paragraph. Okay, so it says, in a queer twist of allegory, the Genesis writers allowed the shepherd hero to be slain by the villain farmer, in total contradiction of the facts. For in history it had been the uncivilized shepherds, the Abels, who had slain the civilized husbandmen, the Cains, not the reverse. Okay, and the next section is called Cain and Abel. We're getting into some really biblical stuff, okay? Okay, I can't sleep, I'm wide awake. Oh, well, welcome back, Luna. Welcome back. So God may also have a draconic form. Of course, Dragon Blingy. That's kind of what this book is hinting at, is that God has a draconic form. Pickle Chips says the book's about to get really good, so I hope you're excited, because Pickle Chips is really like at the edge of my seat right now. Energetically speaking. It says the biblical story of Cain and Abel reflects the changeover from the previous age of peace and nonviolence to the barbarism of the patriarchal age. Under the goddess, as Bachofen says, quote, special culpability was attached to the physical injury of any living creature, unquote, man or beast. So in accepting Abel's offering of meat, quote, the firstlings of the flock and the fat thereof, unquote. The rejecting Cain's offering of the, quote, fruits on the ground, unquote, the new male god was announcing his law, that thenceforth harmony among men and beasts was out, and killing and violence were in. The story may be garbled version of an older Sumerian account where the goddess accepted Cain's gift and punished Abel's bloodlust with death. The mark of Cain may have been originally a sign of the goddess's favor, bespeaking her approval of the older, frugivorous agricultural race over the new meat-eating gangs represented by Abel. On the other hand, the myth may have been invented by the Semites to justify their overthrow of the civilized Cainites, quote, Sumerians, by the pastoral and nomadic Abelites. The Semites, so we're getting into more of the anti-Semitic Islamophobic stuff. There's just some stuff I have to just keep an eye out for, because Elizabeth was really steeping herself in some of this stuff. It says, there can be no doubt that Abel is the hero in the Semitic account. Through favored by God, he is slain by Cain, who was his elder, as the Sumerians were the elders of the Semitic peoples. If the original Sumerian account of this allegory is ever found, it will probably feature Cain as the hero and Abel as the villain. And that there was an earlier account can hardly be doubted in face of the evidence that the Genesis authors invented nothing else in their distorted compilation of old Babylonian legends. The form in which the myth has come down to us does not make sense. Flavius Josephus tried to explain it, but he only compounds the nonsense by saying that God was, quote, more honored by Abel's offering of what grew naturally and of his own accord than what was gotten by forcing the ground, unquote. Here the word, quote, force, unquote, is ridiculously misapplied, as though tilling the ground were a more violent act than murdering an innocent lamb. Louis Genberg writes that in old tradition, the mark in which Cain was branded was leprosy, which was probably a later Jewish attempt to make Cain seem dangerously unclean, further to justify their elevation of Abel. That sounds very anti-Semitic, very Nazi. please no. After the murder of Abel, says Ginsburg, quote, the earth changed and deteriorated, and the trees and plants refused to yield their fruits, unquote. This may be a clue to the cause of the, quote, mutation, unquote, of man from agricultural pacifist to beast of prey. If a worldwide drought had occurred, as suggested the legend, as postulated by Velikovsky in Earth in Upheaval, man may have been forced to kill in order to survive. Quote, at the end of Pluvial period, unquote, writes Eisler, quote, man driven by hunger to aggression learned to hunt in common, devouring alive the rundown booty, unquote. The theory accords with the ancient Babylonian Semitic legend that it was not until the time of Noah, when the earth had been depleted by the flood, that God gave man permission to eat his fellow animals. Interesting. Is that accurate, my friends, who are more familiar with the texts? With the transition from peaceful titillage to rapine and murder, may have come the revolt of man against disapproving goddess and the enthronement of a murder-approving, bloodthirsty male god. Whatever happened, quote, the primitive, food-gathering, peaceful man characterized by Plato and other ancient philosophers must have suffered a radical change in diet and modus vivendi, a mutation such as is remembered in mankind's widespread traditions of a fall or original sin, with permanently disastrous consequences, unquote. Ooh, the vegans are going to love to hear this. It says, the killing and eating of animals by man is a recent phenomenon and is related in time to a patriarchal revolution. Greek myth records that it was not until the Bronze Age, almost within human memory, that man defied the matriarch and learned to eat meat. Lucretius, as well as Plato, tells us that early man lived on roots, berries, acorns, grains, and fruits, and porphyry, that our ancestors sacrificed only fruits and vegetables. Cain and Abel personify the war of the bull and the ram, and their conflict is the first event recorded in the Bible after the creation. Violence characterized the patriarchal revolution, quote, again and again, in examining ancient sites, one finds evidence of the violent destruction of once peaceful city-states, unquote. At the site of the ancient city of Ur in modern Iraq, the oldest building excavated up to 1927 was discovered to be the goddess temple. Okay, we're about to get into a lot of more controversial stuff. The temple had been guarded by 4 copper bulls, which had evidently been the object of the invading Ramites' fury. For the bull images had been thrown down in a heap at the base of the walls, and when the walls had been undercut and toppled over so as to shatter and crush the offending bull symbols of the goddess. Wheeler Dealer, welcome to your daily dose of dragon feather. I don't know what I just scrolled up on, but I'm here for it. We are reading The First Sex by Elizabeth Gold Davis. It's a curiously compelling read that is both offensive and enlightening, so I hope you enjoy. Let's see. And here, I'm gonna just take a little sipsy here. We've been reading a lot, so I just need to take a minute. It's pretty fucking crazy out here, okay? Interesting. I like both offensive and enlightening literature. Perfect. Then this book is something you need in your life every single second of the day, because you don't even know. You don't even know, my wheeler dealer. You don't even know. We're about to get back into it. I just needed to take a little drink because I've been reading for a minute. Okay, ready, you guys? All right. The next section is called Counter-Revolution. It says, occasionally archaeological evidence is found of what appears to be a counter-revolution. When the bull, as it were, turns on the ram, it fights back. Sir Leonard Woolley describes one such incident in the Long Bull Ram War in his account of the ancient city of Alalaka, or Alalka. Here, I'll spell it. It says Allalakh. Interesting. Allah Al-Aka, I think it is. For in this long buried city of Anatolia, which showered evidence of having changed hands frequently over a period of 1300 years, the bull and the ram images alternate on the different archaeological levels in such a manner as to indicate when the matriarchs and when the patriarchs were in control. The top or latest level, dated about 1200 BC, showed that the patriarchs had won the last battle. Quote, a much defaced limestone figure of a seated goddess, unquote, writes Woolley, was found thrown down in the forecourt of the temple, quote, among the remnants of a smashed bull image, unquote. At the same level was found a carved ram's head, quote, the only object left whole, the white limestone head of a ram, unquote. Alalaka, near modern Ataçin in Turkey, was excavated between 1936 and 1949. The archaeologists at the site, headed by Woolley, found evidence that the city had been an extremely ancient matriarchal city-state that must have been first conquered by an invading nomads in the 3rd millennium. But in the 19th century BC, after many years of patriarchal rule during which the goddess shrines had been converted to god shrines and the bull's heads replaced by ram's heads, there was a violent uprising of the original matriarchal inhabitants. The temple of the new gods was razed to the ground, and the palace of the patriarchal king was destroyed by fire. Quote, in this studied break with everything that stood for the hated kingdom of the conquerors, unquote, we have a clear picture of a Taurian counter-revolution in which the defiling god of the conquerors is replaced violently by the ancient goddess, and the palace of the patriarchal king is burned to the ground, its site becoming an abomination of a desolation to the counter-revolutionaries. It is a matter of history that Egypt in the 18th century BC staged a counter-revolution in expelling the patriarchal shepherd kings, the Hyksos, the restoring its ancient matriarchal way of life. Herodotus, writing the 5th century BC, 1200 years after the expulsion of the Ramite Hyksos, reports that in Egypt in his day, the women attended to the mercantilite business, conducting trade and providing for the family. The mercantile business, thank you, pickle chips, conducting trade and providing for the family, quote, while the men sit at home at the loom, unquote. And he adds, quote, in Egypt, sons need not support their parents, but daughters must, unquote. As late as the 1st century, Egyptian girls, as heirs of the family property, had to supply their brothers with dowries so that they could attract wives. From such evidence, it seems indubitable that the Egyptian counter-revolution had been thoroughly successful. In distant Indo-European India, however, the outcome of the Ramite Revolution, led by Rama himself, was more successful for the patriarchs. Rama attacked from within, so to speak, first winning the hand of the hereditary princess Sita, and then proceeding to dominate her, to mistreat her, and finally to usurp her position as monarch. The vile treatment of Sita by Rama, as recorded in the Ramayana, and her patient endurance and steadfast loyalty under his cruelty are obvious attempts by the late revisionists of the Ramayana to intimidate women and teach them docility, just as the Pentateuch, it's spelled Pentateuch, is an obvious attempt on the part of its authors to belittle and degrade women. The lesson of both documents is to impress upon the female sex the fact that all women, even goddess queens such as Sita, must meekly accept abuse and injustice as their lot in life. Rousseau's ideas of women's place and destiny, as expressed in his Emile, E-M-I-L-E with a little dash over the E, are reminiscent of the legendary treatment of Sita at the hands of Rama 5,000 years ago. Quote, formed to obey man, women must learn to suffer injustice and bear the tyrannies of a cruel husband without complaint. Meekness on a woman's part will often bring a husband back to reason if he is not absolutely a brute, unquote. And we know that from history and just women's status today that is not true. That is not true. In other words, women should be a docile victim, even to a brute. Thank you, Elizabeth. You get it right sometimes. Yet this same Rousseau in The Social Contract says of slavery and the immorality of enforced obedience, quote, "Force is a physical power, and I do not see what morality can result from its effects. No man has any natural authority over his fellow human beings, and no force produces no right to any," unquote. Yes, I'm going to read that again. Force is a physical power, and I do not see what morality can result from its effects. No man has any natural authority over his fellow human beings, and no force produces any right to do it. And no force produces no right to any. Okay? Please. This role reversal stuff, it's changing my paradigm. Yeah, same Gen X. I really need this. This ram versus bull stuff is like a completely super decolonizing my brain right now. People often forget how much women played a part in the Bronze Age and weren't just, quote, gatherers, unquote, for the men, and played a massive part in human history. Thank you, Wheeler Dealer. Welcome to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. Please subscribe because we love you. You are giving hatchling energy. We would love for you to join the hatchlings. But we are, let's see, it says, obviously, in Rousseau's philosophy, quote, "human being," unquote, "has been struck from the definition of woman," unquote. I told myself I wasn't going to cry reading this one. Obviously, in Rousseau's philosophy, human being has been struck from the definition of woman, and only man is human. Rama died in India 5,000 years ago, and his reign was followed by centuries of warfare between the matriarchal people of the bull, the Kaurava, and the patriarchal Ramites, the Pandavas. The Pandavas? The Pandavas. It was not until the coming of Krishna, Vishnu, in parentheses, that the Ramites finally won out and India settled down to unrelieved, unadulterated patriarchalism. It says Indian religion. I'm assuming that means Hinduism. If I'm wrong, please correct me. It says, however, did not completely abolish women from its hierarchy as the Jewish and Christian religions with their all-male trinity. For in the Hindu trinity, there are Father, Mother, and Son, and the Virgin Mother of Krishna, Devaki, it says Devaki, is the second person in the Trinity. She is worshipped as, quote, goddess of the Logos, mother of the gods, one with creation, unquote. The prayer to Devaki reads, quote, "Thou art intelligence, the mother of science, mother of courage, the firmament and the stars are thy children. From three proceeds all that exists. Thou hast descended to the earth for the salvation of the world," unquote. We're about to get into some of the most intense chapter segments. We are going to be reading about, it says Babylon and the Jews, but I'm pretty sure that's an offensive way of saying it, so I'm pretty sure it's Babylon and the Jewish people, if I am correct. And we're learning about Christianity, Judaism, and Islam in this chapter, so brace yourselves, it's a lot. It says, quote, "Pastoral nomadism can be provided to have postdated the agricultural age and marked a definite cultural depression in the history of man. The pastoral nomadic age, as the children of Israel who belonged to it show clearly enough, was a warlike and destructive one," unquote. It's giving Free Palestine. Okay. In the 19th century, it was firmly believed, quote, that men became shepherds before they advanced to the state of tillers of the soil, unquote. And as a curator of the British Museum wrote 100 years ago. But this is no longer the theory accepted by modern scholarship, and the believers of the steady upward progress of mankind have had to revise their conceptions. For settled agricultural gynarchic societies preceded the nomadic pastoral stage and were, in fact, destroyed by semi-barbaric nomads. Until quite recently, nearly all the ancient civilizations of the Near East were thought to have been Semitic. Even the Mythology of All Races, 1916 edition, reprinted in 1964, still includes Sumerian myth in its Semitic volume. Is the Mythology of All Races a Nazi text? I am pretty curious. Pretty curious. Really curious. Modern scholarship, however, has quite definitely concluded that all the early civilizations of Near East were non-Semitic and beyond either to the Indo-European or to a pre-Indo-European family, such as the Sumerian through the Hittite, Iranian, Mediterranean, Ionian, Meonian, Ugaritic, Phoenician, and so on. And recent Anatolian archaeology has shown that the people who colonized and civilized Mesopotamia, the Near East, and the Aegean from their base in Anatolia were primarily Indo-European. They were the people who colonized the Mesopotamians, but they were not the people who civilized the Mesopotamians. That is racist. Okay. It says the ancient Egyptians, like the ancient Nubians, Ethiopians, and the pre-Greek Pelagians, belonged to a fair-skinned, so-called Mediterranean race, which was certainly non-Semitic, as their murals and wall paintings clearly show. We're getting into Nazi territory, just so you know. It says the Semitic peoples of old were confined to the Arabian Peninsula, where presumably the later Hebrew tribes emerged. The Semites never achieved civilization of their own, unless the great Moorish Islamic civilization of the 8th to 13th centuries after Christ can be classified as Semitic. We are also Islamophobic. Elizabeth was very spicy. Okay. All right. This is a lot, so we might need to take... This is a little bit of shock to system. Okay. It says... The modern desert Arabs being true to the ancient Semitic pattern of unsettled semi-barbaricism. Islamophobia at its finest. Yeah. We might be getting this. Elizabeth might have been a Zionist. We don't know. We have to find out. It says... Dude, the way that it spells Muslim in here, it spells it M-O-S-L-E-M. It says the Muslim Arabs. Okay, say it with me. Muslim. M-U-S-L-A-M. Muslim. It's not that hard. The Muslims today still worship the ancient goddess of Semitic Arabia in the shape of a black stone enshrined in the Kaaba at Mecca. Are you telling me Allah is a girl? Quote, to this day, unquote, writes Riek, quote, pilgrims go to Mecca to kiss the ancient image of the great Arabian goddess, unquote. Should I rename the episode to A Law as a Woman? Okay, hold on. The book said it, Elizabeth said it, I didn't, okay? It says, in the most offensive way, the Muslim Arabs, the Muslims today still worship the ancient goddess of Semitic Arabia in the shape of a black stone enshrined in the Kaaba at Mecca. Quote, to this day, unquote, writes Reich, quote, pilgrims go to Mecca to kiss the ancient image of the great Arabian goddess, unquote. Arch Dragon, hey, hi, hello, welcome back to your Daily Dose Dragon Feather. We are reading The First Sex by Elizabeth Gold Davis today, and she is telling us that, surprise, Allah is the Arabian goddess. That is very controversial to say. Miss Elizabeth. I'm reading a book, okay? Elizabeth said it, I didn't, all right? It's getting way too hot in here, yeah. Yeah, I'm a little bit overwhelmed. Okay, I need to just like clutch my pearls a little bit. Do you understand what I mean? I gotta clutch my pearls a lot right now. Gotta clutch my pyrite, okay? Dear Lord, okay. We're about to get really spicy. It says the Hebrews imbibed a modicum of culture from their long sojourn in civilized Egypt, and they were later shrewd enough to adopt the civilization of Canaan, but to this already established culture they contributed nothing. Anti-Semitic, why do you hate the Jewish people? Anti-Semitic, why? Don't understand it. Why it's so anti-Semitic? Where's my spot? I lost it. Okay, hold on. That was rude, Elizabeth. Okay, anyway. The Babylonian captivity was another civilizing episode in the life of the Hebrews, and it was during this period in the 16th century BC that the Old Testament, based on Sumerian Babylonian history and legend, was conceived and partially written, but not without great distortion and bowdlerizing. Yet it was these people. I'm really sorry, guys. This is so fucking offensive. Ready for the anti-Semitic stuff? It says, yet it was these people, cultureless and semi-civilized, who first upset civilization in the ancient East by overthrowing the city-states and later by dethroning the ancient goddess and enthroning male strife in the form of Yahweh. Carlin Parker, good early morning. Pickle Chip says, keep going. The bottom of this page is gonna blow your mind. All right, Pickle Chips, this one's for you, bitch. It says, quote, it was stated and proved long ago by the historians, unquote, writes Reich, quote, that the Hebrew tribes liked their neighboring nations worshipped a ... goddess ... and that only the severe regime of Yahwism suppressed the ancient cult of which traces still survive in the Old Testament, unquote. Y'all, I can't. day to stay hydrated, my friends. I hope you know this book is so hard. I'm literally like clutching my crystals. I'm terrified to keep reading. Oh my god, okay. Pickle Chip says stop pausing. Okay. Okay, it says, during their captivity in Babylon, the Jewish people heard the legend of Tiamat. Pickle Chip says, there you go. Take a sip. For those of you guys who might be new who don't know who Pickle Chips is, it's a nickname for one of the dragon guardians I work with. Hi, my name is Azura Dragonfeather. I'm a draconic high priestess who's been practicing draconic witchcraft for nearly 20 years. So let's jump into why God is Tiamat the Dragon. Are you ready? During their captivity in Babylon, the Jewish people heard the legend of Tiamat and the account of the creation of the world as written in the Enuma Elish. It is spelled Enuma space Elish, in case you are curious. I am losing it. It's actually insane right now. It says, in the oldest advanced civilization yet discovered, the Sumerian, the creator of the universe is Tiamat, the goddess who later became Ishtar. I can't breathe, and I'm drinking so much water, thirsty from all the tea in this hot water. Okay, here we go. Okay. The Jewish people decided to include this myth in their national literature. Choose Zionist. I have a feeling. With the one difference that Tiamat must become a god and their own ancient goddess, Ihu, or Anat, must be completely abolished. If I tattoo this book page on my body, you guys saw it here first as to why. Pickle Chip says I might need another drink for this one. If you know, you know. Oh, brother, sister. Oh, brother, sister, brother, sister. Diamond what? Yeah, same. 0 hour here. I should be sleeping. How can you be sleeping when we're learning about the potential truth of the world and the history of humanity and creation of the world and freaking God being Tiamat? Hold on. Hold the phone. It says, and so, on their return from Babylon, the Jewish priests set to work to balderize the ancients' truths. They took the lines of the Enuma Elish, quote, in the beginning, Tiamat brought forth the heaven and the earth. Tiamat, the mother of gods, creator of all, unquote, worked them over in their patriarchal minds and came out with, quote, in the beginning, God, author's italics, created the heavens and the earth, quote, etc. A close paraphrase of the original account. Get how vastly different. I had no idea what to name today's episode, and so I just kind of meditated and kind of prayed to God and asked for a literal word, help with the title for these chapters today, and I got God is Tiamat the Dragon. You guys can mull that over however you want. However you want. I didn't say it, Elizabeth did. Please, I'm just reading a book. I swear I'm gonna cry, please. Please, 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 okay. Gen X, holy crap, Azura might have been right all along. Dude, what? What if dragons? Okay, wait. Oh my god, you guys don't even know what the next section is called. Hold on, how long is this? Hold on. Okay, there's not many pages left, so I'm not gonna like grab another drink, but I'm gonna need to go like absolutely take the rest of the night off after I read this, because Pickle Chips and my guardians are telling me to brace ourselves for the finale of this, okay? We're in the finale of this episode for today. Some people believe Ishtar and Lilith are the same, so if you believe that means Lilith is God. Nightmare Fuel Studios, wait, is this why? Wait, is this why Pickle Chips says I'm not allowed to work with Lilith unless Pickle Chips is by my side? And wait, is this why Pickle Chips tells me that Lilith has a draconic form? Should I name the should I rename the episode? Should. Is that why Lilith is so fucking sassy? The dragon, burning inside of me. Oh, where my horns, proudly. The dragons, burning inside of me. Okay, this is too good. Okay, ready? Okay. Quote, the first 4 chapters of Genesis, unquote, writes Graves, quote, are an extremely late literary product, unquote. The creation legend, including the story of Adam and Eve, quote, was written not earlier than the end of the 5th century BC by a post-exilic priest who lived in Jerusalem and was based partly on a slightly earlier account penned by a Judean prophet, unquote. Both priest and prophet stealing copiously from the Enuma Elish or Eilish. These differing accounts were incorporated into the final book of Genesis, to the confusion of everyone. In one account of the creation of Eve, she is created in the same time as Adam, quote, man and woman created he them, unquote. In the later account, God creates Adam, then the animals, and finally, as an afterthought, makes woman out of Adam's rib. Do you guys understand what the next chapter is called? It's called Ram and Bull. We're in like the chapter Ram and Bull, and the next section is called Adam and Eve. Did you expect to learn about Adam and Eve in a God Is Tiamat The Dragon video? Because for some reason you should have. I don't know. Like, you should have. Okay? Like, alright, ready? Yeah, I'm about to show you, okay? Adam and Eve. Quote, a tale such as the Genesis account of Eve's creation from Adam's rib is in its whimsicality a piece of grotesque fantasy, a monolithic masquerade, unquote. Allahu Akbar. Oh my gosh, I should not be reading this. Okay, I heard that Daenerys from Game of Thrones is a representation of Lilith. Dragon Belenji, that blows my mind. That's crazy. Okay. I'm gonna take a deep breath because I'm a little anxious to read this. Okay. I have a feeling what I'm about to read is going to literally heal my religious trauma. Your fairy dancer, welcome to your daily dose of dragon feather. We're about to read the finale of this chapter here, and I have a feeling it's about to be deeply cathartic and healing to the soul, especially to my women and girls listening, and anyone who resonates with the feminine energy. Luke Green, welcome to your daily dose of dragon feather. We're in the finale of reading the chapter 8 Ram and Bull from part 2, The Patriarchal Revolution and the First Sex by Elizabeth Gold Davis. And none of us are ready. None of us are ready for this. All right. May all of your guardians be with you because you're not ready for this. You guys are going to need to be held after you hear this. I know I am. That's what Pickle Chips is telling me. Pickle Chips says we're here to hold you after you read this. It says, the Adam and Eve myth has been completely revised from its original meaning. Eve is not born from Adam's rib, but Adam from Eve's. Quote, the tradition that Adam gives birth to Eve is a reversal of the original version that Adam was born from ... the great earth goddess, unquote. Pickle Chip says our guardians are here to hold us through these truths, if they resonate with you. Luke Green, do you believe in Jesus? Yes, we were learning about Jesus in this book. Quote, it must be borne in mind while reading the Old Testament that when the Jewish people decided to disown their own goddess religion and adopt male monotheism, they were obliged to recast all the popular myth concerned with the goddess, which was no light task, unquote. All myths of the creation, including the original Hebrew one, substantiate the earliest social stage, quote, the unqualified matriarchites, unquote, in which a goddess performs the act of creation. Yahweh himself had been created by the goddess, Anat, mother of all living, who was Eve. In Hebrew, Hawa, it's spelled Hawwah, not too sure how to pronounce that, quote, mother of every kindred, unquote. Eve then created Adam, and he became her consort. Just as in all early religions, the goddess elevated her son to the kingship, and he ruled by her consent. Adam thus stood in relation to Eve as Marduk to his mother, Tiamat. This is what my Bible says, Luke Green. This is what my Bible says. This is the line with all other creation myths in which the goddess gives birth to a son who later becomes her spouse, as in the myths of Marduk, Zeus, Tammuz, Osiris, Attis, Adonis, Poseidon, and many others. Cheers. Alrighty then. Here we go. We're about to get into more Jesus stuff. Ready? It says, even in the central Christian myth, this theme is faithfully carried out in that Mary gives birth to Jesus, who is both God the Father and the Holy Ghost. In other words, Mary marries the God before she creates him. gonna run out of water, you guys. I'm actually gonna run out of water. If anyone asks why my skin looks so good these days, I'll say it's because I'm staying so hydrated by taking a sip every time I read something out of The First Sex by Elizabeth Gould Davis that absolutely racks my brain and shakes my reality. All right, maybe we should start working with Eve. Dragon Blingy, yes, can we do this? All in favor? I'm going to love that idea and offer we maybe explore that. Shall we explore that in the live episode together? Let me know in the comments, okay? All right. Okay, here we go. The Garden of Eden in the Genesis story represents the lost golden age of the great goddess Eve. Dragon. In some versions of the story, Lilith was the first woman, nightmare fuel. I relate this way, and I'm going to tell you why Lilith will not get any time in this book. Because this is an anti-Semitic text, and I'm pretty sure the origin of Lilith comes from Jewish mythology. That's the fun part about dissecting literature that has a bunch of fun angles to it, right? Like, this is why Pickle Chips especially is the Dragon Guardian. For those of you who might be new watching, Pickle Chips is a Dragon Guardian I work with who was the guardian that told me I cannot progress and I can't consider myself a draconic practitioner unless I am actively anti-racist and actively like for the people's rights, land back movements, like Free Palestine, Free Congo. It kind of honestly sometimes loses me a lot of fans, but who gives a shit, because that's the truth and reality of what it means to actually work with dragons. So they tell me part of my anti-racist decolonization practice comes from reading content like this. So we're about to get into more. Are you ready? It's a little obnoxious. It says, quote, Jehovah did not figure in the original myth. It is the mother of all living, Eve, who creates Adam and then casts him out of the fertile dominions because he was usurped by prerogative of hers, unquote. And also, Nightmare Fuel Studios, she comes from the Sumerian pantheon, but I believe she was referred to as Ishtar by the Sumerians, but I could be wrong. But if that's true, Nightmare Fuel Studios, then Lilith could very much be an evolution of Tiamat. Which also, I have to take 2 sips for Nightmare's comment. And what we just read, okay. Garland Barker, here, yeah. Please stay hydrated, guys. Take a sip every time I do, because we're trying to keep ourselves hydrated, okay? Anyway, it says, quote, Eve constitutes 3/4 of the god's essence, unquote. Writes Sure, quote, for the name of the god is composed of the prefix Jod, parentheses J, parentheses, and the word Eve. I'm pretty sure you can even worship fictional characters, so yeah, you could work with you. You can work with anyone, Dragon. You can work with anyone you want, that's the beautiful thing. God is Tiamat, Tiamat is Ishtar, Ishtar is Lilith, Lilith is God. What a comment. Maybe that should be the name of today's episode. Pickle Chip says, I agree. Okay, let's continue. Where did we leave off, my friends? It says, okay. Once each year, the high priest uttered the divine name, spelling it out letter by letter. Jod, he, thou, he, unquote. The quote, e, vo, e, unquote, of the Bachantes and the cry of the Maenads may be echoes of this ancient Eve cult that predated Yahweh by untold millennia. My mind is fried right now, live for your entertainment and your hydration. Cheers. I wasn't ready for any of this today, but Pickle Chip says we had to, so I get it. It's about to get really good, I think. Okay. It says, quote, the story of Eve's creation from Adam's rib is equaled in perversity only by the post-Homeric myth of Athens' birth from the head of Zeus, a grotesque query that Harrison calls a desperate theological expedient to rid Athens of her matriarchal condition, unquote. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Bet you didn't expect to see the future of the world in the past. This is, my brain's fried. My brain's fried. My brain's fried. Does anyone know what I just read? Because I'm not sure how I'm about to finish it. I'm just letting you know, Alfred, we have like 5 or 4 pages left. Well, Tiamat and Lilith are both mothers with draconic forms. It may not be too far-fetched. Honestly, Dragon Blingy, I'm resonating with that. Did I just get illuminated? Carlin Barker, that's how we feel today. Gen X, we are there with you. Is right. Yeah, I'm fried, frizzled, frazzled, befuddled, perplexed. I don't have enough words. Holy shoots and berries. Okay, it says, and to demote her from her age-old position as chief of the immortals and creator of the race of Greeks. I cannot breathe. Pickle Chips is coming through really strong right now for me to inform you all to consume this material over time, over and over again. Write some quotes down, get the book for yourself, read it with your guardians, especially dragons for some reason, and please be careful. Okay, it says, let's see, I'm just gonna read this again, okay, because it's a lot. All right. It says, quote, the story of Eve's creation from Adam's rib is equaled in perversity only by the post-Homeric myth of Athens' birth from the head of Zeus, ... A grotesquerie that Harrison calls a desperate theological expedient to rid Athens of her matriarchal condition, unquote, and to demote her from her age-old position as chief of the immortals and creator of the race of the Greeks. Quote, according to all myth, the female, not the male, gives birth, unquote. Did we forget that according to all myth, the female, not the male, gives life? I need to eat some food to retain all this energy. Yeah, you know, we really do. So please take a snack, honestly. Please don't forget to grab your snack. It's a lot out here, man. Let's see. It says, in the biblical myth, quote, the natural course of events that women give birth to men is reversed, unquote, writes Erich Fromm, quote, Eve is born from Adam's rib. God creates the world. Women's creative powers are not necessary, but the purposed elimination of matriarchal memories is not complete, unquote. In spite of the story's anti-feminist objective, quote, we see in Eve the woman who is superior to the man. She takes the initiative and does not consult Adam, unquote. Moreover, she nobly takes the blame for her husband's weakness and emerges the stronger of the pair in contradiction to the purpose of the myth, which is to degrade the woman and make of her a vicious troublemaker. Azar, did you ever look up Fialon? I haven't been able to yet. I've been doing a lot of work in my regular stuff, but hopefully I'll be able to get there soon. Pickle Chip says it's in accordance with the year of the dragon, so whatever that means it has to happen soon. Let's see. It says, I kind of lost my spot, just give me 1 second. It is interesting that in the legends of the Jews, that's in italics, I'm assuming that's something I'm not aware of. It says, Eve is said to have remarked later in her life, quote, I promised him that I would protect him from God, and so he blamed me when we were ejected from the garden, unquote, which certainly implies that the woman was expected to be the protector, the stronger of the couple, and the liaison with God. Was that anti-Semitic in any way? I'm not too sure. But I'm feeling the need to just perhaps take the sip for the craziness that was. That was some tea. Anyway, the whole intention of the distortion manifested in the Hebrew tale of Adam and Eve is twofold. First, to deny the tradition of the female creator, and second, to deny the original supremacy of the female sex. It is significant that only the Jews strove to deny the feminine creation. That seems anti-Semitic. So it should say, it is significant that only the Jewish people strove to deny the feminine creation? No, because I'm pretty sure, like, yeah, Pickle Chip says Christians did too, and many, yeah, even after patriarchy had succeeded in suppressing the tradition of female supremacy, the belief in the feminine creator persisted throughout the world. In Greece, Rome, Egypt, Syria, and even in India, the creation of the world and of men continued to be attributed to the great goddess as Rhea, Bana, Dia, Isis, Tiamat, and Devaki far into the Christian era. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Wow, I'm literally floored. I believe female instincts are a powerful thing for sure. Wow. This is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. It says, let's see. It is significant that only the Jews strove, oh, I should not say that. It says, it is significant that only the Jewish people strove to deny the feminine creation. Even after patriarchy had succeeded in suppressing the tradition of female supremacy, the belief in a feminine creator persisted throughout the world. In Greece, Rome, Egypt, oh, I already read that. It says, quote, Jewish culture as recorded in the Old Testament is outspokenly patriarchal, unquote, writes Karen Horney. That's literally her name. Her name is literally Karen, Karen, space, Horney. Horny. What do you want me to do, YouTube gods? It's always been Mother Nature, not Father Nature. Or Father Sky. Okay. Quote, only by being aware of this fact can we recognize the male bias in the Adam and Eve story, unquote. First of all, continues Horny, women's capacity to give birth is first denied and then devalued. In the second place, in tempting Adam, Eve appears as the sexual temptress who plunges man into misery. Quote, I believe these two elements, the firstborn of man's resentment and the secondborn of his anxiety, have damaged the relations between the sexes from the earliest times, unquote. I read Karen Horney. She was a neo-Freudian. Does that, what does that mean? Does that mean she is that like anti-Semitic and Nazi stuff? I have to learn more about that. Pickle Chip says I have to learn that. Okay. So it says, first of all, continues Horny, woman's capacity to give birth is first denied and then devalued. In the second place, in tempting Adam, Eve appears as the sexual temptress who plunges man into misery. Quote, I believe these two elements, the firstborn of man's resentment and the secondborn of his anxiety, have damaged the relations between the sexes from the earliest of times, unquote. That the story was invented for such a purpose can hardly be denied, inspired by what Jane Harrison calls, quote, patriarchal malice, unquote. The cruel myth of Eve's guilt has succeeded in its purpose. The Christian church has used it for 2,000 years to chasten women, and women themselves have accepted it as proof of their unworthiness. Horn A. That's even better. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna read it as Horn A. Horn A. That's almost Canadian. Okay. Cheers. Okay. What a book, what a banter, what a ballistic missile this book is. Okay. Here, if Nightmare Fuel Studios, you're still here, you're not ready for what the next section is called. That's just for you here personally. Thank you for modding for me, by the way. Everybody leave dragons in the chat for the mods today because they're absolutely insane. Especially with the kind of content I make. I don't know how you guys do it. I barely do it. Anyway, let's see. It says that the story was invented for such a purpose can hardly be denied, inspired by what Jane Harrison calls, quote, patriarchal malice, unquote. The cruel myth of Eve's guilt has succeeded in its purpose. The Christian women church has used it for 2,000 years to chasten women, and women themselves have accepted it as proof of their unworthiness. This gigantic hoax was perpetuated by men with the deliberate intention of placing women in a subservient, penitential, and guilt-ridden position. It is time the church absolved women of Eve's, quote, sin, unquote, as it has absolved the Jewish people of their, quote, crime, unquote. Cheers for Tiamat. What Pickle Chip says deep breath. This is a lot, you guys. Okay. It says in both cases, the quote sin, unquote, and the quote crime, unquote, were fabricated lies promoted by the church to gain its own ends. One, the end of keeping women in subjugation. The other, the end of giving the early Christians who did not want to become Christians a scapegoat race upon whom they could vent their rage against the church. I need more water, Nightmare. You are absolutely right. Noir Phallus, welcome back to your daily dose of dragon feather. Healing the religious trauma in action. You are right. That's what Pickle Chip says. Jessica Kruger, dragons in the chat. Welcome back to your daily dose of dragon feather. We need more water stat. Yeah, but honestly, we have not many left. Not much left is said. We'll see how much truth bombs we have, all right? Pickle Chips keeps saying this is the finale, so prepare yourself. So I don't know, man. Are you ready, guys? We're done with that segment, and we're in the last segment of chapter 8 of the Ram versus Bull. And this segment is called Zeus and Athene. Does someone phonetically know how to pronounce that? I feel like she needs to have her name said justfully in this story. I think it's Athene. Athena? It's spelled Athene. Should I just call it Athena? I'm gonna move forward with that. Are you guys ready? The first line's insane. It says, just as the Jewish people of Palestine transmogrified their ancient goddess from bearer to giver of life to mere accipient born of the bone of man, free Palestine? So the Dorians free Palestine, but what did I just read? So the Dorians transmuted the role of the ancient creator goddess of the earlier Greeks, Athene, or Athene, serene, Athene. Why is that hard for me to do for some reason? I think I should just read that sentence again. I don't think we processed just how heavy that was. Just as the Jewish people of Palestine transmogrified their ancient goddess from bearer and giver of life to mere accipient born of the bone of man, so the Dorians transmuted the role of the ancient creator goddess of the earlier Greeks, Athene. Thank you, Alfred. I appreciate it. Sometimes my dyslexic brain struggles very deeply, and I have to use the stupid phonetic stuff and the language speaker people, the AI. It's stupid. Anyway, I like watching language things to help me speak things, and certain gods and goddesses are very much of a challenge. Okay, there's a lot of different variety in here too, so that's fun. I'm going to read this sentence one more time because it's really that serious. Okay. Just as the Jewish people of Palestine transmogrified their ancient goddess from bearer and giver of life to mere accipient, born of the bone of man, so the Dorians transmuted the role of the ancient creator goddess of the earlier Greeks, Athene, you say. Okay. In pre-Hellenic myth, as well as the memories of Hesiod and Plato, Athene had created the race of Greeks from Helen, the son originally the daughter of the first couple, Pyrrha, it's spelled Pyrrha, and Deucalion. From the four sons of Helen, Ion, Aeacus, Aeolus, and Doris had sprung the four branches of the historical Greeks, the Ionians, Achaeans, Aeolians, and Dorians. Oh my brother, sister. Athene remained the supreme deity of the three older branches until the Dorians, the youngest and least civilized of the family, invaded Greece at the beginning of the first millennium BC. Somewhere in their 2,000-year wanderings in the wilds of Europe, they had learned a new god religion and had adopted Zeus as their deity. After their conquest of elder brothers, they sought to impose on them their new god, in which endeavor it became necessary to demote the great goddess. in the persons of Tiamat, justice, Metis, intelligence, Hera, courage, and Athene, wisdom. The Dorians therefore married Zeus to the first three goddesses, relegating them to secondary roles as mere consorts of the new god. But with Athene, the problem was more difficult. Athene was the eternal and blessed virgin, and her devotees would not permit her to become a wife of Zeus. And so the Dorians determined that she must become his daughter. Zeus thereupon got Metis with child, when he was warned by the Delphic oracle that the child in Metis's belly would wrest the world away from him, that the goddess would depose the god, he swallowed Metis. Zeus has always given me bad vibes. Nightmare Fuel Studios. I'm terrified. Holy shit, broski. Gotta clutch my pyrite. This is a lot, guys. Okay. Metis remained in Zeus's belly, quote, giving him knowledge, unquote. While the child Athene, insisting upon being born even from a belly within a belly, as it were, burst from her father's head. This miracle, no more absurd than Eve's birth from Adam's rib, reflects the effort of patriarchal society to degenerate the importance of women even in the procreative role. Quote, the outrageous myth of the birth of Athene from Zeus's head, unquote, writes Harrison, quote, is but the emphasis and overemphasis of a new patriarchal social structure, unquote. Zeus swallowed Metis. Zeus has always given me strong, toxic masculinity vibes. Thank you, Night Marshall Studios. That's crazy you say this. Okay. Despite Zeus's precautions, Athene remained the primary deity of Athens and was always worshipped by the Ionian Greeks with more ardor and more devotion than was Zeus. In the Orphic religion, Metis was the creator of all. She had born Zeus, who, like Christ, has existed from beginning of time. When Zeus swallowed his wife mother Metis, he destroyed the world of, quote, men who were not of our race, unquote. It's giving anti-Semitic Nazi, white supremacy, maybe? The men of the Golden and Silver Ages, and recreated the world with the aid of her intelligence, quote, having the body of all things in the hollow of his belly, unquote. Zeus's new world was a man's world. After Zeus's triumph over his mother, she, Metis, became Phanes and was no longer all female but was, quote, of both sexes, unquote, and her masculine aspect gradually took precedence over the feminine. Quote, she emerged full grown from his forehead, unquote. Gen X, that's so gross. Ew, okay. It says, in this respect, Oriphis was the St. Paul of the ancient world, a misogynist, quote, the foe of the whole female sex, unquote. His anti-feminism occurred from his having been spurned by Eurydice, as Paul's anti-feminism is said to have been the result of his reduction by a rabbi's daughter. According to Conon, writes in the 1st century of our era, it was Eurydice's cavalier treatment of Orpheus choosing to remain apart from him in her underground world that turned him into a woman-hater. Like Paul after him, he barred women from participating in his new male religion, quote, and for this cause, unquote, says Conon, quote, the woman filled with anger at the slight put upon them seized weapons, slew the men who attempted to overpower them, and rending Oriphis limb from limb, casted the scattered remnants into the sea, unquote. We're almost done here, guys. But each line is just banger after banger, and I can barely handle it, brother. My brother, sister. Zeus worship. Zeus worship, however, was not Orpheus's greatest crime in the opinion of the Phrygian women. According to A.J. Symonds, Orpheus was an ardent exponent of male love and was the first to promote the Doric habit of pederasty that became the accepted form of romantic love in later classical Greece. How many hard pills can I swallow in one episode? How many hard pills can we swallow in one daily dose of dragon feather? Holy, my friends. Okay. I gotta okay. Greek pederasty, writes Symonds, was the Doric custom and was brought to Greece by the invading Dorians. Symonds offers the conjecture that the habit of pederasty originated in South Central Europe in prehistoric times when the Dorians were a band of those marauding beasts. The adult males, ejected from the matriarchal tribes, doomed to wander homeless and womanless through the forests of primeval Europe. From the omission in Homer of any suggestion of homosexuality, we must infer that pederasty was not a custom of the Praetorian Greeks of whom Homer wrote with such fidelity to truth. Plato reports of the Ionians of his own day that they, quote, counted pederasty a disgrace, unquote. It's spelled P-E-D-E-R-A-S-T-Y. A peculiarity of the Ionians that mystified the homosexual Plato. Oh yeah? Does that mean you're a little homophobic, Elizabeth? In Homer's delineation of the friendship of Achilles and Patroclus, there is no hint of physical passion, yet the later Greeks were to use the love of Achilles for Patroclus as a justification, even a religious sanction for those open pederasty, which came to be known as, quote, Greek love, unquote. Yeah, don't look that up. Don't Google that. Thank you for letting me know. When the great Cretan culture was revived in Athens after the Dark Age that followed the Dorian invasion, it emerged with a strong Doric caste, which manifested its primarily in the new attitude toward women. Gone was the great goddess of the Minoans and the Mycenaeans, and gone with female supremacy. In the Hellenic Greek, pederastic love became the ideal of romantic love. I'm not sure if that's true, so we're just gonna keep going. Quote, the patriarchy turned Greek society into a game that men could play without women, unquote. And as in India, where Rama had relegated once dominant women to the hearth, so in Greece, quote, the high theredo, intellectually superior Greek woman, it's giving white supremacy, it's giving Nazi, it's giving anti-Semitic, just a little bit, okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna read it again for you guys because it's a quote. It says, quote, the hitherto, Hitherto, intellectually superior Greek woman degenerated into an unpaid worker and bearer of children wherever Zeus was the ruling deity, unquote. There's so much to unpack in that statement. I don't know what to say. Yeah, sounds non-consensual. Basically, grown men being with young boys wasn't considered being gay. It didn't count. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Whew. Can we just take a moment to just really appreciate how many little boys were abused in silence, because I just don't think we talk about it enough. Anyway, I'm going to continue reading. It says, when the Romans conquered Greece, they appropriated all the Greek culture they were capable of absorbing, but they did not perpetuate Greek love as a legal institution in the Athenians had done. If I see the word again, I'm going to just refer to it as, like, quote, Greek love, just because I don't want to say the word too much, knowing now kind of what it means. All right, so let's see. It says, it cannot be denied nonetheless that homosexuality was openly practiced in the last days of the Republic and throughout the period of the Empire. The early Christian fathers were almost as shocked by the prevalence of Greek love in the Roman Empire as they were by the freedom and dignity of the Roman woman. But the church was not nearly so successful in eliminating Greek love as it was in degrading women. Wherever Zeus was the patron deity, the corrupt rich ruled over everyone else and destroyed the natural world around them. Nightmare Fuel Studios, that's crazy to me. Basically, grown men being with young boys wasn't considered being gay. I can't believe that, man. That's just like out of my mind. Okay. Out of my mind. What did they consider little boys then? I don't know what that even means. I don't know if I've got the spoons to open that can of worms, but I'm just gotta get cozy for the last of this one. Okay. It says the early Christian fathers were almost as shocked by the prevalence. Hold on, I think I just read that. Quote, there is nothing more common than Greek love among the monks and priestlings, unquote. Robert Burton was to write in the early 17th century, quote, so great a number of gilded youth, catamites, boy things, pederasts, sodomites, Ganymedes, etc., was found in every one of them, the English monasteries, as to constitute a new Gomorrah, unquote. Her English word for the practice of Greek love comes from corruption of the word Bulgar, an early church having found that the reluctant Christians of Southeast Europe were great offenders in this respect. Interestingly, and that is not how you say it, interestingly enough, it was from these same wilds of Europe that the Dorians had brought Greek love and patriarchy and Zeus to Greece 1,000 years before Christ. That was the end of that chapter, my friends. Makes you appreciate how, quote, civilized we are, unquote, now. I realize how that's still not very comforting. Yeah, Gen X, it's pretty bad. Things are bad today, but things could be way worse. Oh, Nightmare, they're getting way worse every day. Yeah, and that is a better way to put it. Hope they're getting worse every day, but they're gonna get better soon. So that's where we gotta end today. Thank you guys so much for coming with me on this wild journey today of I'm a little cold, but God being Tiamat the Dragon. Did you ever understand? Could you ever imagine? I can't even believe it. I'm gonna have to literally take a second and digest this one. This one's a lot. I hope you guys had so much fun, but until next time, stay geeky, cheeky, and freaky, little hatchlings. Blessed be and bye!